Good morning, everybody. My name is Alexandra Kovrig. I'm Senior Project Manager at Airport Regions Council. I'm one of the co-organizer of this event and one of your moderators for this 2 days Anima event. Thank you very much for joining us today. We are in total over 100 participants, both online and live here. We are delighted to say that Anima Project gathered us again today to address the challenge of noise management. We will have several case studies presented in these 2 days, some from Germany, some from Armenia, from Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, and also France and the Netherlands. A few important information for our virtual participants. Please submit your questions in the Q&A box. And if you have any issues, please contact us in the chat section of Zoom. Well, without further ado, I'd like to jump into the session. I would like to introduce our first speaker for today, which is the Director General of Airport Regions Council, the communication partner of Anima Project. Sergey, please, you have the floor.
So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to the people that they are probably in their rooms or their offices in the whole of Europe and maybe even outside. It's as I say, it's a pleasure to welcome here, and the first thing I have to do, and it's a pleasure to do, is to thank the Armenian Direction General of Aviation, because thanks to them we are here today. And thanks to them, I think we are going to have a very interesting event today and tomorrow. It's a pleasure to thank the Director General in person, Ms. Tatting. I guess I say it proper. Thank you. And yes, Alexandra explained you, we are the member of the project Anima, that we take care of the communication, dissemination, and information. And it's just a moment to explain you who we are. We are the organizations of cities and regions in the whole Europe that we have an airport in our territory. As you know, you are members of the sector here and outside, wherever you are, that the airports are serving the regions. And they are one of the main infrastructures of any related region. It can be Frankfurt, can be Paris, or can be a very small regional airport, but it's a key for this region. So we were created 28 years ago already, and we are putting on the table of the European Commission, on the European Parliament, on the other stakeholders of the sector, the social aspect of aviation. Our members love and like their airport. They want to get the maximum profit of them, and they want to minimize the negative effects. And today and tomorrow you are going to work in one of the key ones, what is noise. You can have a problem already, or you can have not a problem. But as in any health situation, as it is the case, as much as you know from Armenia airport, it's very good to prevent. And it's very good to know what is going on in other places, even if you have not a problem at the present moment, because hopefully your flights, your connections will grow. So this is the point of Anima, to really help to prevent problems in the future, not to handle only with the problems that in the big airports, of course they have, but not in all airports in Europe. So only for that, it's a pleasure. So we will thank you to help you for any reasons and to contact operations. And for sure, we are going to have today and tomorrow a great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you. Let me please introduce you our second speaker. I think, let me check on the agenda. I think this is Mrs. Sorry, there is.
Thank you very much,
I'm sorry.
So thank you. I would like to introduce the next speaker, our Armenian colleagues, and we have Mrs. Revazyan, the Director General of Civil Aviation of Armenia. Thank you very much for all your support for this event.
All right, dear guests from near and far, on behalf of the Civil Aviation Committee of the Republic of Armenia, it's a great honor to be hosting this event in Armenia. We highly appreciate your participation and welcome you all here, whether you're physically present or with us online. These hybrid events are getting more common, but I do hope that all of you actually who are online will visit Armenia one day to come and feel the warmth of the people, the beautiful landscapes, cozy cafe life, and tasty foods. It's quite a unique place to visit. Today is quite a symbolic day. It's the Day of Aviation. So this event coincides with the 88th anniversary of the Armenian Civil Aviation. And for our colleagues in Georgia, it may be interesting that the first flight that was conducted was Yerevan-Tbilisi flight, exactly 88 years ago today. On this occasion, I also want to use this opportunity to acknowledge the hardships that the Civil Aviation Committee has gone through, and aviation in general, and Armenia in general, because while a lot of countries have been struggling with COVID, we've been struggling with COVID and a war. And I want to use this opportunity to thank every single individual organization who has been part of going through the struggle together. I have never seen any country or any people, any organization more mobilized as we were during those days. Our team at the Civil Aviation Committee, other government bodies present, airport, airlines are looking much forward learning more about this topic and how we can better address noise impacts and enhance quality life of our citizens. Globally, the topic is getting more and more attention, and we hope that the result from this event will be that we will have internal improvements in Armenia and this region. The topic of noise is not receiving much attention in Armenia at the moment. At the Civil Aviation Committee, we're actually not receiving a lot of complaints on the topic. That does not mean that the problem is not there or will not happen in the future. And this is even, in fact, if we consider that our peak hour at the airport is in the middle of the night. As European airports are avoiding to fly at night, this means that airports in our region have to serve the passengers so they can reach in time to the European airports for them not to miss their transit flights. Furthermore, it's important to note that due to Armenia being a very mountainous area, both international airports that we have here, Zvatnos and Shirak, are located quite close to nearby settlements. Despite these obstacles, as I told you, we're still not receiving serious complaints, at least not related to civil aircraft. But we are still trying to make some steps. Maybe it's baby steps so far, but we are making some steps. So we have performance-based navigation, which has been implemented at Zvatnos and Shirak Airport since 2012 and 2016. And one of the benefits is the efficient use of airspace, which helps to reduce emissions and noise. And then we have Circle to Land landing scheme, which has been developed at Zvatnos and Shirak airports, which shortens the flight path of the aircraft when changing the landing direction in unfavorable weather condition. And this also helps to reduce emission and noise. And the standards of Annex 16 of the Chicago Convention are adopted and followed by the Civil Aviation Committee and aircraft operators. And we issue noise certificates related to this. From November 2019, we have implemented free route airspace with the Republic of Georgia, and this reduces flight time and hence fuel waste, and consequently reduces CO2 emissions as well. I have another presentation today where I'll go more in detail in terms of the air transport system in Armenia and its challenges and opportunities. But for now, without further ado, let's get started with the exciting agenda and hope your days will be joyful and full of learning. Thank you.
Thanks, Radulescu. Such an insightful speech, and we're looking forward for your presentation. I would like now to introduce our first virtual speaker of today, Marco Paviotti, Policy Officer at the European Commission. Marco, I hope you can hear us well.
Good morning, everybody. I hear you extremely well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Shall I start?
Of course, you could share your screen if that's okay.
Yeah. I
Perfect.
click the button.
If not, Marco, I'm happy to change the slides for you.
Wait, no, but I'm getting lost now. Share screen. Yeah. Okay. Yes, here we are. Can you see it?
Not yet. Well, let's proceed. I will change the slides if there's an issue. Oh, we can see the screen now.
Very good.
Thank you.
So again, good morning, everybody. And I would like also to thank the organizers. And certainly I'm coming after two brilliant introductions from Mr. Alegre and Mrs. Revazyan. I hope I spelled it out well. Yeah, so I think I can go to the point of this presentation. Well, I'm from the European Commission, which is basically the government of the European Union. And this presentation follows up a bit on the introduction we had, because I would like to give a bit of an overview of where aviation stands from the environmental perspective, where are the challenges in general for aviation, before getting into the details of how we manage noise in the European Union. And that's what the title is: Challenges of Aviation in Europe in general and beyond the European Union exclusively. I'm doing this presentation on behalf of Jorge Pinto, which is my colleague. He couldn't attend today for a nice but personal urgent need. So nothing dramatic, the other way around, but I'm presenting on his behalf. So a bit of the context. In the European Union, we have the so-called European Green Deal. It's a sort of political program that calls for 90% reduction in greenhouse gas emission by 2050. For all the transport means. And out of the Green Deal, there are two specific packages of this big political commitment, big political program, which are the strategy for sustainable and smart mobility. This has 10 flagships, 10 other specific areas where we want to operate. And a relevant one is the Fit for 55 package. Because this will update the 2030 climate, energy and transport and tax laws to reflect the goal, which we set at European Union level, of 55% net emission reduction by 2030, which is challenging. Aviation is part of it. And the second part of the Green Deal, which is dedicated and relevant for the topic of noise, is the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Now, specifically on the Zero Pollution Action Plan, there are 6 objectives for 2030. One is focusing on the noise reduction, and it says to reduce by 30% the share of people chronically disturbed by noise from transport. The contribution from the aviation sector is also expected, but it's not spelled out in the sense that we have, as it is, for instance, for the greenhouse gases at the European level, we set ambitious targets that we would like to achieve in a debate which is open from all the transport sectors. We would like to see how far each transport sector can go. Specifically, for the Zero Pollution Action Plan, we plan to reduce air and noise emission from transport at source by updating the relevant EU, but also the international regulatory framework where relevant. What do I mean, to be more concrete? Where there are laws that are called directives and regulations that apply to the European Union, but there are also international standards. It was already mentioned, the Annex 16 of the Chicago Convention, which sets the standard for the product aircraft flying all over the world. And you know that the European Commission is committed to work at international level, at ICAO level, to convince the different states all over the world, and certainly first and above all the countries nearby the European Union in Europe, to join us in this effort. One of the things that we could think of is also the revision of the Environmental Noise Directive, which is a specific legal instrument that I will talk to you about now. Now, again, a bit on the aviation. The international emission from navigation and aviation grown by more than 50% since 1990. So this is one of the reasons why the sector is under the spotlight. In the emergency situation where we stand, there is an initiative which is called Refuel EU initiative that want to push have an uptake of the sustainable aviation fuels. And this is to tackle the immediately, as far as we can, in aviation and CO2 emissions. But there are also longer-term alternatives, such as the hydrogen and the electric flights. When it comes specifically to the noise issues, which is one of these three main issues which we have in the aviation environmental performance, the three issues are the greenhouse gases. We talk about greenhouse gases, by the way. Yeah? We are already shifting away from the only CO2 emission, because we recognize it really when we are high in the sky, it's all the different emission, and the air pollutants and the noise. So these three: greenhouse, air pollutant, and noise. For what concerns the noise issue, why it is an issue for the European Union in our view? Because it is related to an increased risk of several health issues. We have ischemic heart disease, stroke, stress, bad sleep, and cognitive impairment. Now, according to the WHO, when you add up all the long-term effects that they have on the population, and if you make some estimates, for instance, taking as a basis the European Union territory, you can compare how relevant this issue is, and you understand that this is just second after the air quality, a particulate matter, which is a more known stressor, more known environmental stressor. And indeed, when it comes to transport, you can also recognize that the three I mentioned, so the CO2 emissions and the greenhouse gases in general, the air quality and the noise, they are of the same magnitude. So there are three issues that lead to a burden for the society, which is relatively similar. Now, the technological improvement, the fleet renewal, and increased operational efficiency have been able to partially counterbalance the fact that there was growth in the air traffic. So we have new aircraft nowadays, the technology is advanced. Nevertheless, we know it. You are from aviation. Aviation is booming. It's a booming sector. So booming, it means that the technology cannot stand the increase in the traffic and the multiplication of new airports. So the burden on the city
I believe there is a small internet connection from the side of the speaker. We are solving it right now.
I will explain you what is the core of the two legal instruments, but please keep in mind that overall, when you implement in the European Union, when the people implement the legislation relevant to management of noise around airport, which is the topic today, which is the topic of this webinar, well, the two legal instruments are together. Now, the Environmental Noise Directive primarily deals with the determination of exposure to environmental noise. It tells you exactly each formula, each number, each step you need to make to understand who and to what extent is affected by noise around your airport. And then it tells you that you need to communicate and how you have to communicate these to the people. and how you have to disseminate this information to the people. It's also obliging the member states to prepare action plans. So to have preventive action and action to reduce the noise if it is already causing health effects. So it is reducing environmental noise where necessary, and also preserving the quality of the good quality of the noise where it is already good. For instance, if you have a situation where it's a park, or where you don't have a new route and you want to have a new route for your airport, then you need to consider that you don't have to impact the environment there. You need to preserve it from a noise perspective. Now, coming to the regulation, the regulation goes deeper into how you build up your action plan. What are the actions? There are the steps, what you have to consider when you draw up an action plan. And also, it spells out more clearly which stakeholders you need to consult. Be careful, important point. The so-called balanced approach regulation, Regulation 598/2014, is not to be applied exclusively when a new airport decides that they have to impose an operating restriction, which means I close the airport during the night, or I reduce for some hours, or I restrict to some noisy aircraft. It happens anytime you're running an action plan, because it also contains requirements for how to set up an objective, a noise reduction objective for the airport. So together with the environmental noise directive, in a nutshell, what it means that you have to assess where are the people who is exposed. You need to compare with the health effects. You have the formulas to calculate the health effects. And if there are health effects, you need to decide on what reduction you will have at that airport of which health effects. And once you have decided on the reduction, discuss it with the public. And once you have discussed it with the public, you start assessing all the possible options that you have. And you quantify them. And you really want to have a cost-benefit analysis of the different options that you have, starting, for instance, with say insulation of the window, or protective zones, and ending up in the last resource, which is closing of the airport. This is not the only action we are having to have aviation face the noise and in general the environmental issues. We, as European Union, we are also trying to develop an environmental label. It could consist in an aircraft label, in an airline label, in a flight label. So the aircraft, so the product itself, the airline, so the performance of the airline, and the flight itself, so the operation between A and B, and then you compare who's between the different offers that you have is the more environmentally friendly. And it will take into consideration noise as well as air pollutants and greenhouse gases. Now, this is something under development, but it is our effort from the Commission to help the airports and the regions around the airport by means of the consumer choices to already see a change, to already initiate a change in the company airlines themselves, in the companies, coming from the companies. So not as a last resource restriction from the airport itself, but as a natural evolution of the sector. So this heads up to the two legal instruments that I said before, because these are like legal obligation. This one is instead convincing the consumer that he has the power to influence the market. We have also last two slides. Don't be stressed. Last two slides on two projects. One is already just closed, and the other one, which is running now, in the context of noise management around the airports. First one is on phenomena, a review of the noise policy. This study was trying to identify which are the existing solutions to noise, which are the most cost-effective ones, how are the stakeholders and the member state ready to commit to use these solutions, and then what reduction of the health burden can be achieved, say, in a reasonable time frame like 10 years, if there is any law that to get this into move that needs to be revised. Sorry. Shortly, what was the result of this phenomena study for what concern aviation? Well, the most cost-effective solution, it seems to reach, and it is to manage properly the flight routes and the operations. So you need to say to the aircraft where and how they have to fly. And I honestly discussed this already with some other colleagues that are in the business of managing flight routes, and it really seems that there is a valuable solution which is ready to implement, basically at no cost, which is even hard to understand why it is not so largely implemented, which is really to force the airlines to operate strictly the aircraft in the best performing way from the perspective of the environment, and just do it. That was the first conclusion. And then the second conclusion, it was, yes, that some that increase in the speed of the renewal of the fleet is also one cost-effective measure that we can really induce in the next years. And the last one are some operating restrictions, very focused, possibly during the night, on the most noisy aircraft. And that is also a very cost-effective measure to improve the situation, but leave aviation to grow. The last slide and the last study, there is a study that we are having now on this regulation implementation, but in fact, as I said, also the directive, because these two legal instruments are closely linked. And what do we do in this study? We are trying to ask all the airport authorities, not necessarily the airport operator or the airport region, the authority competent for the management of the noise around the airport. Which noise reduction objective has been set? You remember I said these two legal instruments, they oblige you to set an objective. You need to decide if you have 5,000 people that can't sleep at night, you have to say, okay, in the next 5 years, I commit myself to reduce this to 2,500. And then you start looking into an impact assessment, a health impact assessment, how you get there. And then you start looking into how the cost effectiveness of the measure that you select is achieved. And then you question yourself, is this process balanced in a sense? And I'm not killing the aviation just because, it's simpler for me to calculate, or is, politically they thought, I like this measure, I want to go on with this one. So how balanced is this between the result and the effects that I have? And we are doing this for all the 63 airports under the regulation 598/2014, the 63 airports in the European Union by the end of 2021. Now, with this, I finish with a presentation, and if there is space, I'm virtually looking around to the organizer. If there is a Q&A session, I'm happy to stay with you for some more minutes and answer your question. Most importantly, thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. In fact, there are some questions for you already, and I will transfer them to you from Zoom. How can you measure the chronically disturbed people? This would be the first one.
So we, in the legislation, the European legislation itself, we have introduced calculation methodology that come out of the 2018 WHO study. There was a 5-year study. The WHO, the World Health Organization, revised all the different scientific evidence on the health effects. And there are very precise formulas that are to be used that were embedded into the legislation. So basically, in the European Union, you just apply what is there in the legislation. I don't know if they wanted to know more into the details, but I cannot get, I cannot get the sensation of the room by looking around and saying, okay, that's what I meant. So I'm here for you. Tell me.
Well, we will try to transmit you the vibes of this room. Well, do you think the zero pollution action target for noise is reachable?
Oh, yes, absolutely. we did a study. And it was also quite an expensive study and a broad study, and it included all the stakeholders. And they made an in-depth review of the solutions that are around, or the potential of the solutions, of the action plans that are already in place. And this number comes out of calculation. It's not out of the blue. But you need the willingness to do it. You need the willingness. This, I have a strong message that I would like to pass is, yes, we can do it. The solutions are there. It is cost effective. Because noise is solved only and only if you have an integration between the best solutions in the right place. You need to set up a framework that allows this right solution in the right place at the right moment being implemented. It's not a question of cost, and it's not a question of availability of solutions. It's a question of willingness.
Definitely, Marco. We need a holistic framework. Thank you very much. I would like to continue with the presentation now, and if there are any questions, we will make sure that we transfer them to you.
I greet everybody. Unfortunately, I have to leave now. So I wish you a successful event. You know that in any case, you can always reach me by email. And
Perfect.
good luck with the event. Good luck with the next presentation. Thank you for the invitation. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your contribution. Bye-bye, Marco. I would like to proceed with the next speaker, which is Leonidas. Leonidas is project officer at the European Commission. He has been supporting us and guiding us in the ANIMA project throughout the years. He is representing SINEA, which is the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. Thank you very much, Leonidas. If you could share your screen, that would be great.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction, Alexandra. I will share my screen now.
Perfect.
Okay, can you let me know if you can see it normally?
Yes, we can see it well.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
So good morning to everyone from Brussels. I would really like to thank all of you for being here or actually being there today. And of course, to thank the ANIMA team for organizing and hosting this, this event. It's really refreshing finally to see people in a workshop being actually present. Of course, many thanks to the previous speakers and to my colleague Marco Paviotti, who provided a very comprehensive overview of the challenges of aviation from a policy perspective. Now it is my pleasure to be with you today in order to present to you the role of SINEA, the role of the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, and its contributions of EU projects to aviation research and innovation. So I will start with the general overview of the role of SINEA within the European Commission. I will then provide you an outline of the aviation projects managed by SINEA within Horizon 2020, and I will also give you some examples of some specific clusters and specific thematic areas which might be of interest to you. Then I will provide you a glimpse of the upcoming aviation topics within Horizon Europe. And finally, I will wrap it up with some conclusions. So let's start off with a brief overview of what is SINEA. So SINEA is one of the 6 executive agencies of the European Commission. And as already mentioned, SINEA stands for the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. Now let's see who does what. So on the left-hand side, the European Commission obviously defines the policy. So the European Commission is the one who defines the strategy, the objectives, the priority areas, the work programs. The Commission also makes program decisions and evaluates the program and the agency's performance. On the other hand, the agency, so in this case, SINEA, is responsible for the implementation. So SINEA turns the policy into action. So mainly the role of the agency is to manage the project lifecycle and to provide feedback to the policymakers. In a nutshell, we can summarize the major tasks of the agency in this slide. So, as already mentioned, SINEA follows the projects through their full life cycle, which means that we start from the top right. We contribute to the call for proposals. Then the agency will manage the evaluation and selection of the best proposals. The best proposals then move to the preparation of grant agreements, and as soon as that is finalized, the proposal becomes a project. As soon as the project kicks off, the agency will continue the technical and financial follow-up, also contributing to the dissemination and communication and exploitation aspects of the project as well. And as soon as the project is finished, then the cycle closes and the agency will provide the key feedback to the parent DGs. Now, a brief overview of the program portfolio of SINEA. Now, these are the legacy programs which were delegated to SINEA during the previous multi-annual financial framework, which ended in 2020. And among these programs, I will mainly outline Horizon 2020 and specifically projects in transport and energy. And then the Connecting Europe facility with projects in transport, energy, and telecommunications. Now, within the new financial framework, starting in 2021, you will see that the program portfolio of SINEA has expanded quite significantly. Again, on the top left, Horizon Europe Cluster 5 is there, and Connecting Europe facility on the top right. But apart from that, the program portfolio of SINEA has been expanded by all the programs which are contributing to the European Green Deal. That includes, among others, the Innovation Fund, the LIFE program, the European Maritime and Fisheries Fund, among others. And just to give you a perspective of the funding anticipated within this financial framework, on the top right, you see more than 30 billion euros in EU funded for the Connecting Europe facility, almost 10 billion euros for Horizon Europe, 7.7 billion euros for the Innovation Fund, among others. And with this, let's jump into the more specific, the project portfolio of SINEA, and more specifically, the portfolio which SINEA has obtained in the field of aviation under Horizon 2020. Now, this is a very general overview. We're currently managing more than 100 projects in the field of aviation. This includes finished and ongoing projects. And the total funding exceeds €500 million in EU contribution. Now, the thematic areas covered are very wide and broad. They are ranging from climate impact to noise and emissions, trajectories, operations, SAF, hydrogen, electrification, drones, and several others. And actually, in the next few slides, I will give you an example of a few clusters of specific thematic areas of interest, along with the associated projects. So with this, I will first start with our cluster of projects on climate impact and green operations. Now, this concerns projects Acacia, Climop, Great, and Aviator. And these four projects are generally contributing to the improvement of non-CO2 and CO2 emissions, improvement of understanding of the emissions, the development of operational improvements, the development of green air traffic operations and trajectories, and finally, the development and deployment of a network of sensors for air quality monitoring around airports. The second large cluster of projects, and obviously you're very familiar with this, is the one on noise reduction and management. And among these projects, of course, on the top right, you can see ANIMA, which deals with management and mitigation of the impact of aviation noise. Directly below that, Project Aerialist has developed novel metamaterials capable of aircraft noise reduction. And then Turbo Noise BB has developed technologies to reduce aircraft fan broadband noise. On the right-hand side column, projects Artem, Gin, Anodize, and Inventor. They're all ongoing, and they're all focused on generally developing technologies capable of reducing aircraft noise at the source, so on the aircraft, and also developing advanced modeling and simulation techniques for efficient aircraft noise prediction. The third cluster of projects is focused on green, supersonic, and hypersonic aviation. 4 projects under this thematic area. So first of all, Rumble has produced the scientific evidence which is necessary to determine the acceptable levels of overland sonic booms from a regulatory perspective. Then projects More and Less and Seneca are both working on a multidisciplinary and holistic analysis of the sustainability of future commercial supersonic aircraft. Finally, Project Stratofly, which finished just recently, actually performed a sustainability and feasibility study of high-speed commercial stratospheric flight concepts. Now, projects Alternate and Enable H2 are facilitating and promoting the use of SAF and liquid hydrogen as fuels in aviation. And then on to the next cluster of projects. Now, these are just 2 examples of the SINEA aviation portfolio in drones. And the first one, Labyrinth, focused on the creation of a use-based technology for safe and secure drone operations, whereas Drones for Safety is building a cooperative, autonomous, and self-recharging drone system for inspection of transport infrastructure. Then some additional examples in digital and data-driven solutions. So Project Remap is developing an open source solution for fleet health management and aircraft maintenance, whereas Safe Clouds EU is developing innovative aviation safety data analytics to allow fast and inexpensive extraction of safety intelligence. Last but not least, we have also in our portfolio the Green Airports projects. So these are the projects which have been selected for funding under the Green Deal call. Now, this was the last call under Horizon 2020, and more specifically from the topic titled Green Airports as Multimodal Hubs for Sustainable and Smart Mobility. These projects are namely Olga, Stargate, and Tulips. They will be kicking off within the next couple of months, and all of them are focused on a holistic approach to demonstrate greener operations in airports, tackling several aspects such as energy, logistics, ground operations, and several others. In case you're interested for more information on our portfolio, I would strongly recommend to check out our recent publication. This was published in late 2020, and it contains a broad selection of our projects and their results focused on climate neutral aviation. I have also provided the hyperlink, so once you have access to the presentations, you're more than welcome to access and download the brochure. And then, as already mentioned, I will provide you a glimpse of the upcoming aviation topics within Horizon Europe, which will, of course, expand and further enhance the aviation portfolio of SINEA. It is firstly important to note that the work program for Horizon Europe for the years 2021 and 2022 has been published online since the summer. Again, I've provided you with a hyperlink, so I would strongly encourage you to visit the website, have a look at the work program, and look for interesting topics and interesting funding opportunities within Horizon Europe. And already we have 2 closed calls, which closed earlier this month. So one is focused on greenhouse gas aviation emissions reduction, and the other one is focused on next generation digital aircraft transformation. So for your information, these calls are closed, which means that they will be evaluated soon enough, and the selection of proposals will be realized. Now, what is more interesting for you, I believe, is the upcoming calls. So there are still 5 calls pending in the aviation field within this work program of Horizon Europe. So one is still closing in 2021. This is the very first one in the list, entitled Safe Automation and Human Factors in Aviation. And then the remaining 4 have a call deadline during early 2022. So this comprises of the first topic on silent and local air pollution aircraft, the second one on digital aviation technologies, the third one focused on European aviation research policy to support EU policies and initiatives, and the fourth one, which is focused on more resilient aircraft and increased survivability. And once again, I would like to encourage you to have a look at the Horizon Europe work program and keep an eye out on research funding opportunities under Horizon Europe. So in conclusion, as already mentioned, CINEA implements all the EU programs that contribute to the European Green Deal. And more specifically, in regard to the aviation projects managed by CINEA, we have obtained an extensive portfolio of projects under Horizon 2020, covering several thematic areas. Now, this portfolio is expected to be enhanced and expanded since the role of CINEA in the implementation of the EU aviation R&I has been confirmed under Horizon Europe. Within Horizon Europe, the projects funded are expected to push technologies and solutions to mid-range TRLs, thus being complementary to the European Partnership for Clean Aviation. And of course, within Horizon Europe, as mentioned already, there are numerous funding opportunities offered also for non-EU countries. So I would like to encourage you once again to keep an eye out and have a look at the Horizon Europe work program. Thank you very much for your attention. In case you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you very much, Leonidas. Indeed, ANIMA might end this year, but we are looking forward to continue our cooperation through the EU Green Deal as well as Horizon Europe. I would like to check if there are any questions from the audience to Leonidas. Not now. I will also check Zoom. So on Zoom, it seems that there is a question, Leonidas. It seems that noise seems to lag behind the political agenda and decarbonization becomes more and more important. What would be your opinion about this, or how would you address this?
Well, I think that the person actually which would be more capable to reply to this would be my colleague, Mark Paviotti. Unfortunately, if I understood well, he won't be here later. But maybe it is a question that you can convey to him. What I can say is that within the upcoming work program, which also reflects the Commission's policy on aviation R&I, there are opportunities for both noise and, of course, more broad decarbonization opportunities.
Definitely. So we will be talking about interdependencies. Thank you very much, Leonidas. There are no more questions for now. So I'd like to proceed with our next speaker, who will be presenting live. We have the ANIMA project coordinator, very much committed over the years to the project, Leylekian from ONERA, the French Aerospace Lab.
Yes, you are hearing me now. Thank you, Alexandra. Just to mention, the slides that have been introduced online will be freely available to all of you. So you will be able to read these slides introduced by Marco, by Leonidas, and by the other speaker. So, Parikalus Pororit, and welcome to all in the room. And thank you to the Commission too, who allows us to deport this event in Armenia for the sake of the countries of the Eastern Partnership. So in the room, we have, of course, some colleagues from Armenia for sure, but also some colleagues from Georgia, some colleagues from Moldova, a colleague from Ukraine also, and even some colleagues from Romania, even though Romania is not a country of the neighborhood. I would like to say also before starting my talk that Leonidas introduced you with the numerous and complex project held by the CINEA. And so, of course, we could be, I mean, the ANIMA Consortium, or individually for the next stage of the European project, we could be a gate for you to enter in this project, because I know personally that it's not really easy to get in this project. In my presentation, there may be some overlap with what has been said by Marco Paviotti, but not that important, and it's better. That's better to repeat, because the discussions are complex. And I will introduce you just the great outlines of ANIMA, providing that some colleagues who are going tomorrow, yes, tomorrow, and even this, well, mostly tomorrow, to present you the focused works that have been performed in the framework of this project. So, ANIMA, before entering in the topics, I would like to share with you some consideration about aviation noise. If you look at this slide coming from the European European Environmental Report, you can realize that the aviation noise on night, this is representing aviation noise here on night, is very small compared to rail noise or road noise. The number of people which are affected on night, either in urban area or outside the urban area, by the number of people affected by aircraft noise is completely ridiculous, whatever the intensity compared to the railway noise or road noise. This is for night. This is also the same. Sorry, I can switch with this. Yes, it works. It works. So for days, the formula is a little bit more complex. There is the indicator is the so-called LDEN, which is ponderating level of noise during evening, day, and night. But the conclusion is the same. People the number of people, the number of million people in Europe at least, affected by aircraft noise is completely ridiculous compared to railway noise or road noise. This being said, the aviation noise is nevertheless a strong problem. Why? Because for some, so I'm sorry, that's very small, but for some given level of noise here, for aviation, let's say, for instance, for 60 decibels during the day, you have 40% of people who are self-declaring to be highly annoyed. If you consider the same level of noise for rail or road, the number of people who are declaring to be highly annoyed is only 20%. For the same level of noise, people are much more annoyed by aircraft than by road or by roadways. And this is the same day and night. And on top of that, the World Health Organization find out and make some inquiries to find out that noise is not only just an annoyance, this is also a sanitary problem, because there is a correlation between the level of noise exposure and the what they call the disability adjusted life years. So basically the number of years the numbers of life year you are enduring in bad condition. And so they are assessing a huge numbers of years lost because of disturbance with an well, it's not well said, sorry. They are saying that many people are enduring years with sleep disturbance, years with annoyance, years also with some strong physiological effects. As there is this kind of how to say this, sanitary effect, and as the aviation noise is seen, is felt as more annoying than let's say road noise, then the World Health Organization is recommending some very stringent level of maximum level of noise, both for day and for night. But the levels which are recommended for aviation are lower and far lower than for rail and for road. And this is seen as something very unfair by the aviation industry, because the objective level of noise are the same, but the limits are not the same for aviation. So this kind of consideration is just to illustrate what is the issue with aviation noise and what is the rationale for the ANIMA project. Yes, last slide on this consideration. Of course, the authorities, I mean the international authorities, are dealing for a while with these issues of aviation noise, but their approach is mostly a technological approach and a regulatory or regulative approach. This is the famous balanced approach, which is considering first reduction of noise at source. So the effort, the first priority effort is put on aircraft to reduce the noise on aircraft at source. Then on land use planning with the notion of encroachment of housing coming close to the airport. Then on then on the noise abatement procedure. So the idea to have some flight procedure that avoid highly densely populated area. And last, some noise penalties also, which are here. But they are not, at least from the regulatory standpoint, they are not considering the human factor. They are not considering communication with people. They are not considering communities. That's a really top-down approach. And it is probably, of course, it is required. It is very needed, but this is probably insufficient. Because if you look at the major European platforms, so there is Amsterdam, there is Schiphol, there is the big European platform. For 10 years, the number of movements have not exploded. The number of passengers have increased because the completion rate of aircraft is better now than 10 years before. But the number of movement has not increased that much. Of course, there are some airports that has increased, but some for which it has not increased. But despite this fact, the annoyance has increased. So there is traffic is one thing, the objective noise measurement is one thing, the annoyance is something else. So this is the rationale for ANIMA. ANIMA, we are at the end of the project. The project started 4 years ago. The objective is to develop new methodologies, approaches, and tools to manage and mitigate the impact of aviation noise. We are gathering 22 partners across 11 countries in the EU. And among these partners, there are, of course, airports, because one cannot pretend to address these, how to say, these human being issues with aviation noise without the airports, which are at the forefront of the issue. And we have the 4 airports in the consortium. So as you understood, ANIMA is not a technology-oriented project. By the way, my institute, ONERA, is very focused on technology on noise at source, but this project is not. There is no development of no reduction of noise at source, no TRL, no demonstrator. We are focusing on people with the aim to manage and mitigate the annoyance, with also the aim to understand what means annoyance. Annoyance is just a word, but behind this portmanteau word, there are several notions. The annoyance felt, for instance, by pupils that doesn't succeed to learn his lessons is not the annoyance you are feeling when preparing barbecues or horovads with friends during the weekend. That's not the same kinds of annoyance. And also, we are providing in ANIMA some tools to illustrate what could be annoyance. I will not detail this. My colleagues tomorrow morning will detail those things. Of course, there are some assumptions behind ANIMA, as you understood. We assume that reducing noise only does not link to reducing annoyance. You can have less noise and not less annoyance. You must to deal with the issue, you must engage with community. That's a key factor. And we are also assuming that if there is some technological progress, then they should be accompanied by a strong communication policy. Otherwise, it will be mostly unnoticed by most of the stakeholders and the neighbors of the airport. So ANIMA is made of 5, how to say this, work packages, technical work package. The first one here on the top of the screen is assessing how noise is coped with today. We made a huge survey with partnering airport on how they have implemented the regulation, if they have implemented the regulation, what are the problems they have encountered, did they try to engage with their communities or not? Was it a success? Well, we made a huge review of this kind of thing to understand what has been done and what could be done. Then, as I told you on the green box, we also tried to, we made some field studies and laboratory studies to understand, to say it, where is annoyance in the noise? People are saying we are annoyed, but we try to refine this notion: who is annoyed, when doing what, and what for. And so for this, we are also developing some tools. And as ANIMA is aiming at engaging communities, and thanks to Alexandra and to RC and our communication team, we also developed a strong communication policy. And maybe this conference is an example of what we're in ANIMA. Many European projects have just a very small and limited communication section, and very scientific toward experts. We pretend to address not only to experts, but to the general audience to exchange on this issue. Last, there is something which is a little bit aside in ANIMA, which is nevertheless important. We are maintaining the European aviation noise roadmap for the European Commission. So it means that we are gathering the results from the other project mentioned by Leonidas, Artem, the Turbo Noise BB, this kind of other project, technological project. We are trying to get their results and to find out in the noise roadmap how those scientific results could improve the situation. The outcome of this project are on the one end, on the left side, the strategic European roadmap for policymakers, and on the other side, the exemplified best practice portal, what to do, what to avoid. And I will shortly browse upon this, once again, providing that my colleagues tomorrow will detail these points. So I will not go into details. What are you going to find in this portal, which is freely accessible? You can go on the website, there is no problem. First, the first bullet points, the 4 first bullet points are just a kind, what I call Animapedia. That's not Wikipedia, that's Animapedia. Everything and anything about aviation noise. Maybe, and certainly, that's obvious for you, but that's not obvious for everyone. What means noise? What is a frequency? What is a directivity? Who is doing what about regulation? That's not so, you know, the regulation is very complicated. There are various stacks, and it's not obvious to know who is doing what at the European level. We are also providing some guidelines on regulation. We are providing some views on metrics. What are the different metrics? Which ones are relevant for what and which are not? Then we have also a noise management toolset, and tomorrow my colleague Nico van Osten will introduce this toolset, which is quite interesting. I encourage you to come tomorrow and to check this toolset, because that's something very interesting to assess the impact of new flights or new trajectory of new aircraft on noise. Okay, I will not detail all what is written in the screen. We have also in red here a detailed methodology for setting a noise intervention. Many airports, many authorities just don't know how to proceed. And so we, from our experience, we pretend to help them to implement this kind of methodology based on, based on the outcome of 13 case studies. And this, I think this afternoon, some case studies will be detailed by some colleagues, what some airport did, what is working, what is not working, and this is what we did in Anima. So the detailed methodology seems to be common sense. It seems to be obvious. It is not. It is absolutely not obvious. When an airport or a civil aviation authority want to engage with their neighbors which are complaining, maybe not here in Armenia, but certainly in Europe, they need first before starting anything, to know why they are starting something. Is it really required? Is there a demand? Very often there are some airports that are starting or willing to do something without consulting their consistencies. Second, what are they doing? Why are they doing this rather than something else? And then how? And then, very important also, did they going to monitor the result of what they have done and the feedback? Very often, believe me, once again, it seems to be very obvious, but it is not obvious. Very often, some airports or authorities are implementing something, and that's it. They are not checking if it fits the need of the local communities. What is important, this is one of the findings of Anima, is that to facilitate and to have a successful process, you have to engage your community in a dialogue, which should be a fair dialogue. So it means that you should not, expert should not have a top-down position, talking from above, from above, but you should explain things, having a fair common language, so that people can challenge the decision, understand the decision, understand why some things are doable and what some things are not doable, for instance, for security reasons. But at least the dialogue should help to find out together what I call a consensus. And very important also, the dialogue, if any, should not be a pretext to do nothing or to do something else. It means that from the beginning, if an airport or the civil aviation authority engage into a dialogue, it should be ready from the beginning to endorse the conclusion of this talk. Otherwise, it will be worse. It will be worse. The mistrust will increase. So this is what the methodology that we are proposing in Anima on the website in red. You can go and check. I will not detail this slide, but as I told you, we work with several different airports. So as you see, some big platform, Heathrow, Schiphol, so huge hubs, but also some small airports such as Cluj in Romania or Zaporozhye in Ukraine. Of course, these airports are very different one from the others, and we checked what they have done, how they have tried to make some intervention, and was it successful or not? What are the conclusions? And it could be a base of experience for you to understand what could be done and what should be rather avoid if the conclusions are bad. Okay, so in conclusion, Anima does not provide, certainly not provide a one-fits-all solution. The solution that are the good solution for Heathrow are certainly not the good solution for Zvartnots, or maybe not the good one. We are just, as I said, endeavoring to provide a methodological framework to cope with the impact of aviation noise, of course, with tools, with example, but that's just a methodology. Our outcomes are widely available, including our deliverable on our website or through our website. And we are going to make a book. It is in preparation. It will be ready maybe in December, maybe later on, I don't know, but we are making a book, which will be an open book also, freely available online. It will be a hard book, but also an open book. And as I told you, we are not providing a solution, but we would like to help the airport authority to start a quest with their neighbors if there are some problems for reaching a consensus. Consensus doesn't mean a solution. This is something which is not satisfactory for anyone. This is not the best solution. There is no best solution, but this is a kind of consensus. Of course, stakeholders that would like to enrich the platform, that would like to use our tools, for instance, the civil aviation authorities of Armenia or Georgia, are welcome to get in touch with us, even if the project is terminating. We could provide them with the tools. A last consideration. Yes, Anima provide a huge number of recommendations in the book, and also in some deliverable. You will find tons of recommendations on what could be done. For instance, it is especially advised to enforce the regulation 598 from 2014 of the European Union as soon as possible. It is especially true for small airports with a huge growth. Very often, these airports are considering this regulation when they reach the threshold of 50,000 movements per year, and then it's too late. It's too late because this airport have experienced a growth. Then some people come close to the airport because there are jobs, there are employment, there are prosperity. For instance, this is the case in some Romanian airports. They are building some hospital close to the airport because the traffic is low. And then 10 years after, there are some problem because there are noise and people are complaining. So if, yes, the sooner, the better. Of course, and I'm very happy that Marco Paviotti said it, that's, we didn't coordinate, but that's first a matter of political will. The tools are here. That's not a matter of, we know what to do. Basic, of course, we don't know everything, but we know most of the things and we know what to do. It's a matter of political will and a matter of financial incentive. And I would praise any implementation action by the European Commission, granted by the European Commission, to transfer what is done in advanced airport to less advanced airport. It would be great because it could help to solve many problems. And the last message, it's time to act now. Why? This is the overall, the worldwide traffic in 2018 or 19. I don't see it's too small. 19, just before the COVID pandemics. The traffic collapsed. We are here. And so if nothing is done, in 2 years or 3 years, it will be business as usual. So if it may be time now to implement something if you have problem with your neighbors in your airports, because the traffic is low. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I'm afraid I would be more than happy to reply. And this afternoon and tomorrow, you will have some details on the various aspects of the project.
Thank you very much, Laurent. I very much like how you highlighted the need for dialogue and fair and transparent dialogue, and I think this is why we are here today, specifically to reinforce that. There are no questions. Yeah, please, David. One.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. So we touched upon a topic yesterday, which if you could go a bit further into detail with, it would be interesting. Has there been a decrease in complaints since the traffic has decreased? Or is it the exact same, like from the public, from the citizens? Has there been a significant decrease in complaints in Europe on noise since COVID and since the restrictions and the less aircraft?
Yes, there have been a decrease of complaints. And for instance, some part of the project, of the Anima project, that were involving or implying to make some field studies with some neighbors around some airport were cancelled because people were no more complaining about the noise. They were complaining about the COVID. They were complaining about the fact that they could not travel as before. And so yes, there have been in most of the place there have been the number of complaints decreased, and people, some of them complained also that they were no more able to take the plane. And this is also something that was raised by a colleague from the Commission. This issue is also questioning our way of life, or schizophrenia. Many people, for instance, it was a striking example given by someone from the Commission. Nobody wants a flight at night, but many people want to be delivered when they order something on Amazon or somewhere. They want to be delivered the day before, the day after. And so they have to understand that there is a kind of contradiction in this. They are now complaining that there are no more traffic, not because there are no more noise.
Just yesterday, Alexandra, I think you mentioned that you've actually had cases where even the traffic has decreased, you still had the same amount of complaints and the same people complaining. So that says quite a lot as well. If there are
That's another issue. For instance, there is a question from Dominic. For instance, in the close to Barcelona, in a small city named Gava, and in the area, the responsible for recording complaints told us that there 80% of the complaints were coming from a single family. And yeah, that's true. So, and I naively asked her, but why didn't you pay them to shift somewhere else? You build their house somewhere else. And they replied to me, but they don't want. They want to stay here. This is their home. This is their life. You cannot move people because like in an authoritarian regime. So they are complaining, and that's an issue. Yes.
Can I contribute to your discussion?
Of course, Dominic.
Why people are still complaining? Because what is more annoying are night flights. And you will see that night flights have often not decreased because of COVID. On the contrary, they may have increased. Why? Because of freight, of cargo flights. So obviously tourists have not been traveling, but cargo has. And there's been an increase in the number of movements at night at many, many airports. So this is why probably you still have a high number of complaints. But I can tell you because, sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Dominique Lazarski from UECNA, UECNA, European Union Against Aircraft Nuisance. And I represent residents around airports at European level. And I would like also to thank you, Laurent, for animating or leading this ANIMA project.
Thank you.
I think there's a lot on the website, as you described, and it's very important that residents are well informed. We are there to help them. You know, in our organizations, we also have a lot of expertise, and we can explain to them what is done at some other places and maybe what they can ask at their airports. But there was a need there for good information. And I must say that I found some good ones.
Thank you, Dominic.
On your website.
That's very appreciated.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. In your earlier slides, you mentioned that aircraft noise was more annoying than road noise or some other noise. Is there a reason for that from your investigation?
Yes, there is certainly a reason. The reason is, that's my personal view, but some colleagues may reply more accurately. The question is the social usefulness of aircraft. And the idea that this is avoidable. People are globally thinking unconsciously that you cannot avoid road traffic noise because this is normal life. This is to go to work. This is to go. Yes, this is your average business. But even if, at least in Europe, aviation has become a mass transportation, it is still seen as something for an elite, sorry, which is not so useful, and there may be some resentment against those people taking flights, which is something not for me, average citizen, and not so useful. So that may be, and there is something else, by the way, which is very much more objective. Road noise and railway noise are, to some extent, a kind of background noise like this. There is no peak emergence. What is absolutely understandable by many people living close to airports is that they have no respite, because every, maybe not here, I don't know, but at least close to big hubs, every 2 minutes or 3 minutes, there is a new flight. And so there are those peaks, you see, you cannot have a respite. Many people are asking at least for a respite. They would like to have something on which they have a control, that for this period, at least, I would have a respite. Okay, let's resume. So this session, we are 7 minutes late. I think it's not critical, but nevertheless, we have to speed up. This session is dedicated to air transport system in countries of the Eastern Partnership and related environmental issues. So we'll have a set of case studies in the countries of the Eastern Partnership program. And I think that, I have the last version, yes. Mrs. Revazyan will be the first speaker for Armenia and to introduce us with the situation in Armenia. Thank you, Tatevi, you're welcome. No. So just a minute. You want to take this?
Oh, yes. All right. First of all, Laurent, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. And in general, the presentations have been very good, especially for us. It's quite a new topic, as I said, so it's an important learning experience that we're all going through. With my speech, I'll share the general situation of the air transport system in Armenia with a focus on the recent challenges we've had, some of the opportunities. But in my introduction speech, I already went into the limited information we have on noise so far, so I won't go into detail in this presentation. Before I start, a bit of information about myself as a speaker here. So I'm the chair of Civil Aviation Authority, and I've been working in aviation for 15 years, but mostly in the commercial side of aviation. Before joining the Civil Aviation Authority, I was working for aviation tech startups. One was sold for $350 million. The other, few days ago, received an investment of 150 USD. Why this is important is to understand the contrast that, as a leader, I've been through, because going from a Silicon Valley-based startup environment to the government is quite a difference, and we had a chat about that yesterday. However, despite that, we have been able to bring some results over the last couple of years, and despite many of the challenges, and that's what I'll talk about today. So before COVID-19, we actually reached a major milestone. We have a departure tax in Armenia of 20 euro, which is a government tax, which no one has dared to touch upon for 20 years. And removing it completely in the first stage was impossible. So what we did was we encouraged the removal only for new routes, to prove that any taxation, anything that could increase costs for an airline or a passenger flying to a country has an impact on the number of sold tickets and the number of passengers. Basically, when we removed this for new routes, we saw that 9 new foreign airlines entered the Armenian market, 16 new routes being announced, and 14 existing routes being added to existing routes. And if we compare these numbers of routes with 2017 and 2019, the change is evident. During those years, the average numbers of total routes were between 30 to 35. And even if we don't account for this, because this was before COVID, and these were only announced routes, they didn't end up actually being conducted because of all the flight restrictions. We still had double-digit growth numbers before all these developments. And before COVID, we had passed a 3 million passenger flow. Now we're only around a bit more than 1 million, I guess. Yeah. So had COVID-19 not happened, percentage-wise, we would most probably have been one of the highest growing tourism economies in the world. So hopefully that will recover. And the final goal of this taxation is actually to remove it completely for all routes without any limitation. So this was the first step to prove to the government that taxation does matter, and the economic impact of an increased number of passengers is actually much more important than the actual tax in itself. So that is what we're working towards now. Then came the battle of COVID-19, and Armenia has not been spared. We also had traffic decreasing at one point to between 80 and 90%. At the end of January 2020, we were actually one of the first countries in the world to implement preventive measures, requiring the filling of public health locator cards, restricting flights from high-risk destinations, requiring masks, disinfection of passengers and aircraft, non-contact measuring of temperature, and social distancing. In March 2020, more severe restrictions were put into place affecting all international commercial flights. But these restrictions were removed back in August. So again, one of the first countries to actually completely remove those. I mean, we still have restrictions, certain restrictions like masks and disinfection, but we don't have restrictions put on the passengers besides what is commonly known today with PCR tests and vaccination. Besides the battle on keeping passengers safe from COVID, we also had the war, as I mentioned in the introduction speech. And that had a direct impact not only on our passengers and number of aircraft coming to Armenia, but also a direct impact on how we do work inside the Civil Aviation Authority or in the aviation bodies in the country. So as one example, which was one of the main challenges was, oh, sorry, I forgot to, oh, let's keep the COVID challenge first because this example is quite important. So in our navigation service provider, actually, we had COVID spreading, but this was before the war. So we had a major decision to make. Either we had to close our air navigation service provider because at that point, it was required that if you have been speaking to anyone who has been infected by COVID, you need to self-isolate. So we understood that either we close the airport, because without navigation, you don't have an airport, or what we decided to do is we isolated the whole team inside the office, and luckily it worked well. Nobody fought. We had a great experience. They even became closer to each other having this experience. So this was one of the major challenges where you understood, okay, you need to keep the airspace safe, but how do you do that when you have COVID spreading in your organization? And the war, as well, as I mentioned before, was a big challenge. Again, the staff, at least the core staff, had to move into the office because we needed to make decisions 24/7. There was not a second where we could say, okay, now we can relax, because at any point, any issue could occur, and we were doing risk assessments all the time. It was just part of our everyday life. Luckily, despite the challenges of, again, COVID spreading inside the office, during the war, we were still able to keep the airspace safe, keep our airlines safe, our airports safe. But it wasn't an easy task. The situation today, we currently have 39 airlines operating in Armenia, and we currently have 6 air operator certificates, AOCs, given to local airlines. And we have 46 destinations. So that's quite an interesting development, because we have less passengers, but we have significantly more destinations. Out of the 47, 10 are new, completely new destinations. As I mentioned, in July, we passed the number of 1 million passengers. This number in 2020 was a bit less than 800,000. So we're going towards the right tendency of increasing traffic in Armenia and trying to get back to pre-COVID times. And there's quite a difference as well, I think, between some of the discussions going on in Armenia and in Europe, because in Europe, there are talks about putting environmental taxes to restrict traffic more. However, in Armenia, it's the opposite. We still have limited traffic. We have room to grow, and therefore we're taking the opposite strategy of actually removing taxation where possible. And besides trying to attract foreign airlines to Armenia, we're also trying to create better conditions for local airlines to be able to operate in Armenia. Both the existing airlines, but also we've attracted a huge investment from Air Arabia Group, which has very, very experienced management in aviation, which even during COVID was able to show profits, and very few airlines have been able to show profits during that time. And this collaboration is a collaboration between Air Arabia Group and Armenian National Interest Fund, which is indirectly funded by the government. The name of this airline is Flyarna, so Armenian National Airline. And the approach to this airline is different. So we've tried to look into what are the reasons that airlines have been failing worldwide, especially national airlines failing worldwide. And we learned that it's mostly when government intervenes in the management. So with this airline, it will be fully privately managed, and hopefully will create a lot of new routes, create connectivity to Armenia, along with the other AOC holders that we already have. And within the developments of general aviation, we've had quite some success as well. We have small aircraft registered, helicopters, balloon registrations, and work is underway to regulate the registration and operations of UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. And we're doing this according to European requirements. And U-Space is being implemented. Electronic terrain and obstacle database is continuously updated. And we recently opened a new domestic airport. We do have some challenges there, but we reached the point where we opened the airport. And the activity of helicopter flights for both commercial and other private purposes have been noticeably intensified. And finally, but the most important development that we are working towards right now is the self-financing of the Civil Aviation Authority. Because all these developments that we have today, the results of those depend on having a strong civil aviation authority. And today we are having challenges. And mostly the challenges are related to the fact of attracting technical staff and sustaining technical staff. This is not a new issue for anyone. I'm sure that a lot of other civil aviation authorities also in Europe are having similar issues. But in Armenia, we're a step behind in regards to not being self-financed. So we are fully dependent on the state budget, which creates a lot of limitations. So within 2 weeks or so, we will have a package ready of legislative changes that we are going to suggest to remove restrictions on whom we can hire and be able to give salaries that are market-based to be able to attract technical staff to our authority. Because without a strong civil aviation authority, you cannot have very strong ecosystem in general in the country. So I hope you have a better picture of the challenges, but also about the opportunities that are lying ahead for Armenia to develop the air transport sector. And I'm looking forward for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tatevig. Thank you for this broad picture of the aviation in Armenia and the aviation transport system. I don't know if there are some questions in the room. Alexandra, do we have some questions through Zoom? No question. Maybe one question for you, Tatevig. I understood that indeed, as you said, you are currently striving to remove tax rather to imposing new taxes. And of course, your goal is to recover from the COVID, from the war, and to reach a given level of traffic. Does it mean that noise is not considered as an issue by the neighbors at the time being? I know that 20 years, or not 20 years, but when Armenia became independent, at the end of the Soviet time, one of the revendications of the people was about ecology. Is it still the case? I mean, the environment is seen as an ecological problem only in Armenia, or noise is not considered. Could you elaborate on this or not?
So in regards to noise, of course, this is an issue that we need to consider as the airport and the passenger flow grows. But as I mentioned before, it hasn't been a huge issue so far. And I also noted down from your presentation where you mentioned that it's an issue that needs to be solved before we reach the 50,000 movements. So that is something that we will take with us and make sure that we are ready for it before it actually does become a problem. And of course, environmental issues are important as well for Armenia. But if we look at the local airlines that exist in the country right now, only one of them actually passed the scheme where you need to report anything. So the airlines are very small and they're not polluting a lot at this stage. So we're not comparable to any European airline at this stage to see this as a huge problem yet.
Okay.
But of course, it's in the back of the mind.
Thank you. Thank you for these comments. So I will call upon the next speakers, two speakers, to expose us the situation in Georgia. So Mrs. Tamar Lutidze, head of the quality of the civil aviation authorities in Georgia, will introduce the subject. And I think that your colleague, Tchezhia, will also intervene. Yeah, okay. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is it working?
I think it, yes.
Yeah, please keep it close for the remote audience also.
Okay.
Thank you.
First of all, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to participate in this very interesting workshop. I appreciate very much to be a part of this community. Thanks to Civil Aviation Committee of Armenia for giving us the opportunity to gather in Yerevan and meet our colleagues in person. I will start my presentation about the description of general situation of civil aviation system in Georgia. I don't see the presentation. Okay, so
So Civil Aviation Agency of Georgia this year celebrates its 10th anniversary. It was established in the 2011, April 15, under the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia, with the aim of ensuring safe operation of civil aviation through development, publication, and implementation, as well as enforcement of aviation safety-related regulations. Also ensure protection of passenger rights, development of aviation network, developing the regulations and transposing the EU regulations to implement the Common Aviation Area Agreement, and also to ensure the smooth integration into EASA system, also ensure that the ICAO, USWAP, and USAP results were better and improved, and ensure the further cooperation with other international civil aviation organizations. So the legal status is the legal entity of public law. As you see, the organizational chart is very typical, nothing very special. Director, first deputy, 2 deputy directors, and the domains and technical domains are distributed between the heads of the sectors. So the annual budget is approximately 5 million Georgian laris, and we are self-financed. The income source is mainly the service fees. The staff is 70 permanent and 10 freelancers who are on a contractual basis. We have 34 safety inspectors. The gender balance, which is quite an important thing nowadays, is, as you see, quite good, 31 female and 49 male. As you know, aviation is quite discriminatory in this field, so women are less engaged in the aviation, and we are very proud to be quite young, and average age is 42. And there are overall 11 departments. So in the beginning, when the CAA was established, we were facing really very difficult challenges. So the situation with regards of effective implementation of ICAO SERPs was, one may say, lamentable. Because we had 32% of effective implementation, which was well below the world average and global average and regional average. And also we had 58% of security standards implementation rate. So with the dedication and with a very strong motivated team which was gathered in 2011, the situation was drastically improved, and by 2018 our figures were 87.69 in safety area and 87.8 in the security, which is quite a good situation, as you can see, and it is above the global average. But in this, this success was not only our achievement, it was achieved through the help of aviation community from the Europe. A lot of effort was done by the European Union to help us in improving, to help us in enhancing our system. And here you can see the projects which contributed to our success story. And among them, we can outline the twinning projects, 2 twinning projects, and also the TRASEC projects, which contributed very much to our success story. And also here is the industry size. We have 12 AOC holders, 7 aerodromes, among which 3 are international. 527 license holders, 1 air navigation service provider, 4 cargo terminals, 27 aircraft in our civil aircraft registry, approved maintenance organizations, 12, 5 approved training organizations, also a number of fueling companies, And also we can say that unmanned aircraft was a recent development in Georgia. And this slide is a bit old. Now we have more than 200 unmanned aircraft in our registry. So this is the size of operations we're looking at in case of Georgia. Here are some important figures in aviation. This is the total passenger flow from Georgian to and from Georgian airports. You can see the very steady increase during the years, but in 2020, as you can see, the traffic was really drastically decreased, and we all know the reason of this was pandemics, which really affected the aviation operations. So we, as other countries worldwide, were forced to impose restrictions and to restrict the traffic from and to Georgia, especially from high risk countries. And this is the result that the passenger flow was decreased so drastically. Now we can see the forecast for Georgia. We are in scenario 1 with vaccination in 2021. And in 2 years' time, we are planning, or this is the forecast, that Georgia will recover 100% of its passenger operations, of its operation overall, not only passenger, excuse me. And into 2024, we might recover 100% and also go beyond by 30% and increase our traffic. So here is the current situation. As of August 2021, we have recovered 98% of our operations, 70% of the destinations which we operated before the pandemics, 91 destinations, 81% of frequencies, 70% of passenger flow, and for January-August period, 38% of passenger flow. So this is the recovered figures. I cannot go to the next slide. Okay, so yes, thank you. So this is the general overview. Now we are going to the environmental issues and about the mechanisms and how we tackle the environmental problems. I now give floor to my colleague Elena, who is the lawyer at Georgian Civil Aviation Agency and who will speak about the details of legal mechanisms what we have put in place or are in progress of doing.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure participating in this conference today. To continue what just Tamar has mentioned, we have developed the regulatory framework in Georgia, which covers currently the aircraft noise reduction issues, but we are also trying to, in the process of implementing the carbon offsetting and reduction scheme for international aviation, the new ICAO standard that became effective from 2019. This is a brand new standard, as you know, and we are planning to implement it to its full extent by 2023. Okay, let's start with the brief overview of what we have done so far in terms of the aircraft noise reduction. This area can be divided into two parts. The first part deals with the noise certification of the aircraft that are subject to the inclusion in the National Registry of Georgia. Here we have completely prohibited the registration for Chapter 2 aircraft. I'm sure most of you are all aware what the Chapter 2 aircraft means. This is actually the noisiest aircraft that produce the most noise nowadays, and these are the aircraft who obtained their type certification before 1977. So no such aircraft are allowed for registering in the Georgian registry. When assessing the noise levels, the Georgian CAA mainly relies on the EASA developed databases, as you see on the slides. Those databases are developed for heavy propeller-driven aircraft, jet airplanes, light propeller-driven airplanes, and rotorcraft as well. So I need help, maybe. Okay. When it comes to the foreign aircraft operations in the Georgian airspace, we here adopted the European approach. Well, I'm not sure if Marco covered the directive 2006/93 in his presentation, which allows only at least Chapter 3 type of aircraft for its operations in the European airspace. And here in Georgian airspace too, we transpose this directive in the Georgian legal system, meaning that we allow only operation of the foreign airplanes if they qualify for at least Chapter 3 requirements. Well, Tamara has mentioned in her first part of the presentation that we have the Common Aviation Area Agreement between the European Union, and this agreement contains the list of the legal instruments that Georgia has to transpose to the national legal system. And the Directive 2006/93 was part of the acquis. So it was the Georgia's international obligation before the European Union to prohibit the operations of foreign Chapter 2 aircraft in the Georgian airspace, which we did. But the primary reason, of course, was to reduce the aircraft's produced noise to its maximum. But at the same time, we took into account the environmental factors, technical feasibility, as well as economic consequences of this restriction on our industry. So we made certain exceptions to this rule. Yes, we say that we prohibit Chapter 2 type of foreign subsonic jet airplane operations to and from the Georgian airports, but we still allow their operations if they serve humanitarian purposes, if they are emergency related flights, maintenance, and the registration ferry flights. Now let's move to my favorite topic. This is CORSIA scheme and its implementation in Georgia. We are proud to be among the first states who expressed their will to voluntarily participate in the CORSIA pilot and first phases. Currently, we have 5 airlines in Georgia that fall under the CORSIA scheme. 3 of them are operating passenger flights and 2 of them are operating cargo flights. We are now at the moment of speaking, we are in the process of collecting the data of total CO2 emissions from our airlines during 2019 and 2020 to assess the financial impact of CORSIA. Yes, we have already approved the national implementation plan for CORSIA. So we are now in the process of implementing the standard at the national level. And by 2023, we will make effective the new regulatory act, and it will cover both MRV and offsetting parts of the CORSIA. So to end our presentation, it's the tradition of the Georgian CAA to mention that for the state of Georgia and the people of Georgia, the future is indeed Europe. Thank you.
I have my own microphone. Thank you, Hélène. Thank you, Tamar. Do we have some question in the room for our speakers from Georgia or from Zoom? No question. I may have a couple of questions. A question from Tatevig, please.
First of all, thank you for your presentations. I think it's very impressive what you've gone through from having such serious safety and security issues and to where you are today. And as far as I've heard, it's also, there has been quite a switch inside the type of people that you have been able to attract to the authority as well. Could you maybe mention 2-3 examples of exactly what you've done to reach that point? You mentioned that you've received assistance, but what were the main internal changes that you did to be able to have that significant improvement in safety and security?
First of all, it was the staff and it was the independence of the Georgian Civil Aviation Agency to be able to attract aviation professionals and to be able to compete with the wages and bonuses and benefits the industry offers to its employees. So becoming competitive was the first step. And after being competitive, it was able to attract lots of good aviation specialists and professionals, and also to motivate the team and to make them dedicated to the common goal and common issue. So this was the breaking point where Georgia made its first step towards the success, to be able to attract and to recruit aviation professionals which were involved and which had good background and experience in their field.
Thank you.
I think that you just gave some bullets for Mrs. Revazyan, which
Just confirm that we're going in the right direction.
Exactly, you are going in the right direction. Maybe quickly, 2 questions. You mentioned some twinning projects, that's very valuable projects. Could you say with whom you, because twinning needs your partner, a European partner, with whom you develop this collaboration? This is for you. And you also, for Hélène, you mentioned CORSIA. Who is granting CORSIA? What is CORSIA? Just in a few words. And you didn't mention also any complaints for noise or for environmental issue from neighbors. There are no, or is there some? Thank you.
As for twinning, the first twinning was conducted, the senior project participant was German LVA, and junior was Austro-Control. And in the second twinning, the senior was Austro-Control, and also our colleagues from Croatian CAA had a very good contribution to our success. And the Croatian CAA was most helpful because their size of operation and their model of governing was somewhat similar to Georgia's, and it was a very good experience to cooperate with them and to share their experience and model.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your question. Well, I did not speak much about CORSIA because I assumed it was not the subject to cover to its deep to today's conference, but I will explain. This is a new standard which was adopted by the ICAO Council in 2019 and which aims to achieve the carbon neutral growth up to 2020 by offsetting and compensating the CO2 emissions produced by international air travel and to reduce the number of the volume of emitted CO2 by using the sustainable aviation fuel. As for the noise-related concerns, well, it is a good fact, maybe good, but interesting fact that in the neighborhood, people are always choosing to follow the aviation industry. So in the aviation industry, we have specialists that come from the airport surrounding neighborhoods. So there is not much noise-related concerns because they have developed some tolerance to this issue. I don't know if this is a just reason to consider, but the fact is that we don't have much complaints coming from the population that reside near the airports in Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's the situation in Georgia is probably as in Armenia. Aviation traffic is seen as a factor of progress and economical development, and is the problem are not here at the time being. Maybe, I don't hope so, but maybe you will have, and so, well, you notice the fact that, yes, the regulation should be considered at least before it's too late. Thank you very much again. Now, even if Romania is no more a country of the Eastern Partnership, but a member of the European Union, I would welcome Dan Radulescu, who is a scientific researcher at the National Research and Development Institute for gas turbines, Komoti, but who is also Dan and his colleague Narcica will come afterward, are also deeply involved in the ANIMA project, and they are providing a key contribution. Dan, the floor is yours, and Narcica afterward. Thank you. Close, 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 close.
It's better? Oh,
Yeah.
it is. So I'm very glad to be here. I find this location very exotic for me. I wondered why this location. Then I thought of that Waran wanted us to find the biblical ark, which is somewhere here. I realized it's not like that. Even that Erevan is a good starting point for this journey. But I think Laurent thought of another kind of journey. He wants to, let's say, build together an arch, not an arc, towards a partnership with all the Eastern countries. We, as Romanians, are also Eastern European countries, but so far we are within European Union. So I think our experience, it's good for your countries because we have similitude in our cultural experience. So how we go on? First part, I'll present you something about the Romanian air transport system, generally speaking, some data, and then my colleague Narcisa will share with you our experience within ANIMA project regarding noise management.
Please speak in the microphone for the remote users, please.
A bit of history. We are very proud of our aviation pioneers. In the first years of the last century, we have 3 pioneers there who had important contributions to the aviation. They are around the First World War or before. I can mention, these are their planes. I can mention the Henry Kwanda is well known for in the scientific world by the effect, Kwanda effect, if you know about it. And also Kwanda, it is said the airplanes you see in the right part is the first, let's say, motor turbojet engine airplane. Historically speaking, the Romanian Air Force are also pioneers because they established in 1915, and after that, in 1937, it was the establishment of CAA, Romanian CAA. So Romanian CAA has a long history. The air transport started in 1920, and it continues before the Second World War with the company Lares, and then after the war, the national company, the Romanian national company Taro, which still operates today. So the Romanian aviation system, its ecosystem is fully developed in Romania right now. It has a long history, and it is fast growing. It contains research institutes, manufacturers, military aviation, aerospace engineering faculty, and so on. Some interesting results, engineering results. You can see down there. There are several aircraft built by the Romanian industry. some of them under license, but some of them designed by the Romanian engineering. The first one is a fighter built during the World War II. It was a very good fighter. And apart from that, we did in the 80s another fighter. It's called IR-93 in the middle. And the last one is the Rombak, which is the BAC-111, made under the license in Romania. This is the air transport ecosystem, which is fast growing, and it has a lot of external pressure, like COVID right now, which has to adapt to it. But, and also the environmental issues, which are steadily put pressure on it. From this ecosystem, I presented the airlines. There are 44 operating airlines, Romanian and foreign airlines operating on Romanian airports. The national airlines, Romanian national airlines, are 8, and 3 of them are scheduled. The most important are Tarom, Blue Air, and Animal Wings, which is a New York company. These companies, the Romanian companies, operates with 60 aircraft, and they carry almost 5 million passengers in 2018. I'm speaking just of national Romanian airlines, not all the airlines operating in Romania. Let's speak about the Romanian airports. There are 46, including the aerodromes, which are unpaved, which have unpaved runways. We have 16 international airports, and also 6 more which are planned. Regarding the noise issues, 11 airports obey the European noise directive. Even we have just one major airport, which means more than 40,000 passengers per year, but the others are considered city airports, and they can disturb, let's say, their cities with noise. So they have to obey the same directive. Regarding the dynamics, passenger dynamics, we have here the dynamics for the most important airports. You can see they were fast growing until 2020, and then they came abruptly down, maybe 70%. Now we speak about the contribution of the air transport system to the national growth. You can see that there are direct contributions and indirect contributions. Overall, the contribution is $2.4 billion, and which represent 1.3% of GDP. You can see also that one of the indirect sides, which is tourism, is the biggest contributor, economically speaking. So here you have around 10 million passengers inflows to Romania, which contributes to that, which makes that contribution. And we can also see that most of them come from Europe. And the second one, the second destination where the people are coming are Middle East. So, regarding the dynamics of this traffic, you can see that Europe which is the the best contributor, has a growth of 62% from 2013 to 2018, and Middle East is coming very fast with 300% increase. I show here the impact of COVID-19 on the passenger air transport revenue, and also the forecast for the next years. You can see that we have an abrupt decrease of revenue in 2020. It is about 70%, but now it's coming back. Apart from these figures, I spoke with people from the airports, and during this summer they had somewhere a recovery of maybe 7%, which is very good for them. I mean, the recovery is better than expected. Okay. Now, okay. Now regarding our experience in Anima project regarding noise issues, and where we can share with you because it's very interesting. I'll ask my colleague Narcisa.
This one. So, hello everyone. I think that you can hear me. I would like to start by telling you that I also have stage fright. It must be a Romanian trait. And also the main reason is because I am the only reason that keeps you away from lunch right now. So I'll try to go as fast as possible through the presentation. First of all, I want to start by mentioning the fact that aviation in Romania has many years of experience in dealing with environmental issues, but mostly focused on emissions. Although in the past 10 to 15 years, air quality and noise knowledge was also built. However, in the past 10 years, the issue of noise also increased in importance significantly and very fast. And the Anima project helped actually a lot in building knowledge and implement changes at the national level. Therefore, I would like to present the progress in Romania in parallel with progress in the project Anima. But first of all, I would like to mention first that the most relevant noise practices are in strong connection with the Environmental Noise Directive and the ICAO Balanced Approach regulation, that we have only one airport that is classified as a major airport, having more than 50,000 movements per year. And the most common practices are the development of strategic noise maps and noise action plans. Okay, perfect. So our Anima activity started with the identification of existing noise legislative frameworks and policies in relation to the Environmental Noise Directive and the extent of its implementation, together with the collection of information about available guidance for implementing the directive and the ICAO balanced approach about national research programs and projects, noise practices, non-acoustical factors, and complaint management. So all data sets completed for Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Greece, and many other countries which were approached by other Anima partners helped us identify and understand which is the current status of each country and develop a general overview of the noise management practices. And moreover, identify the gaps, barriers, limitations, together with the opportunities for future development in connection with future priorities. Okay. Furthermore, we worked on an assessment of the implementation of ICAO balanced approach by airports in Europe. We developed here various case studies, and I will not get into detail with the content of each case study, but I will try to emphasize some key points that might be of interest for airports that are just starting the journey with managing noise. So first of all, as you can see on this slide, we had a particular approach in understanding each noise intervention, from identifying the need for change from to the design of options, selection and implementation of interventions, and the evaluation. Second of all, it was really important to understand in a more in-depth manner, which is the approach of different airports that are at the beginning of managing the noise issue. Airports that have under 50,000 movements per year and that already face or expect facing this problem in the future. So the information that we collected has revealed that there exist different approaches for the same issue within different airport contexts. Okay. I can go at the laptop if it works better this way. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So we then worked on what we called exemplification case studies, which were connected to ICAO balanced approach. In this case, we worked on the development of 3 exemplification case studies in Romania for Iași and Cluj airports, addressing land use planning, interdependencies, and quality of life. The Iași land use planning case study, starting from a pressing issue, the effect of encroachment over noise exposure of residents from the proximity of airports. The solution identified by the airport was to support the clarification and completion of the legislative framework to facilitate the introduction of land use planning provisions that account for airport noise. From identifying and opening dialogue with each stakeholder that could have a role within defining these provisions, to holding periodic discussions, interviews, meetings, all stakeholders, starting from airports, airlines, the NASP, going to ministries of environment, transportation, experts in noise and territorial planning, and even involving communities. So all stakeholders became aware of the importance of this pressing issue and got engaged in supporting progress at the national level. So being able to bring together all this expertise, this facilitated the identification of missing links within the legislation and the introduction of a comprehensive noise law in 2019, and also the modification of the air code in 2020, which now includes provisions related to noise, which are harmonized with the provisions from the noise law. So the current status at this point is that strategic noise maps have to be included within the documentation of urbanism planning, and at the same time, noise protection zones and restrictions have to be implemented. So progress is still undergoing, but the basis that allows it has started to be defined appropriately. Our another case study is the Cluj interdependencies case study, which was developed in partnership with various ANIMA colleagues and the Romanian airline. And we approached the implementation of noise abatement departure procedures. As the main question of both the airport and the airline was, what is the actual exposure effect from the implementation of these procedures and in connection to both noise and emissions? So to answer this question, a study that analyzed NADP1 and NADP2 procedures was developed to determine, using real traffic data, which are the outcomes in terms of noise, emissions, and air quality. Results highlighted possible factors that influence these outcomes for this airport context, but also general criteria that may influence exposure for any airport. Thus, outcomes support defining the decision-making factors for implementing such procedures, correlating the benefits of procedures and the characteristics of the airport. So last but not least, the Cluj quality of life case study was developed with the support of various ANIMA partners, focusing on identifying how can an airport increase the quality of life of residents living in its vicinity. So the study started with the development of 2 sets of data, one with the perspective of residents and one with the perspective of the airport, both data sets being focused on 9 quality of life dimensions and subsequent indicators, allowing in the end the correlation of data and obtaining an overview of similarities and differences between the priorities of an airport and the priorities of residents. Results helped in understanding the impact of airport activities in finding opportunities in shifting airport airport priorities to address the issues that are the most important for these communities, such that they contribute positively to their quality of life. So in terms of conclusions, as it was the case at the beginning of the project, more research is still needed, but now focused on progress, on progressing with what was accomplished until this point in a sustainable manner and in a tailored connection to current and future challenges and climate agendas. So as it was demonstrated by the advancement achieved in the past 4 years within the ANIMA project, continuous communication and open dialogue with most stakeholders, as well as learning from other examples, can be two of the essential aspects determining improvement and supporting progress in managing noise and possibly other environmental issues too. Thank you for your attention and for your patience and for listening to our presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Narciso. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
We are a little bit late, but maybe we have room for some question, either in the room or by Zoom. Is there any question to Narciso? No? So I don't have a question, but I forgot to mention that Komote, of course, they did a great job, but was in the ANIMA project the leader of the organization in the Western Balkans, in the Balkans, and so that's why Dan and Narciso have made a lot of work with Slovenia, with also which country, with Serbia, with
Ukraine.
with Ukraine, and it was a kind of focal point in our project. And maybe I also saw that that Dan showed that there is a strong industry, aircraft industry in Romania. And this kind of example could be inspiring for the country of the Eastern Partnership, Armenia, Georgia. This can be a model. What has been done by Romania for 10 years is maybe a path on which you could elaborate a strategy. There is a question from, no question? Sorry. Please, just a minute.
I'm a teacher. There is no need to use microphone.
Yes, but there are people remote. So
okay.
Please.
So I'm Alina Konovalova from National Aviation University, Kyiv, Ukraine, and I would like to underline that our cooperation, Ukrainian cooperation with Romania, started in ANIMA, during ANIMA project.
Okay, thank you, Elena. Thank you for this.
I want to add something regarding noise management, and not only. Komoti is the focal point from the European international network noise, regarding noise. It's called X-Noise. And we are also focal, regional focal point for a lot of countries around Romania. What does it mean? It means that we can create partnership through European projects to work together whenever competencies are required. And I invite you to adhere eventually, or some organization from your countries to adhere to this X-Noise network. And whenever we find projects regarding these issues, we can work together. And not only us, but a lot of other partners from Europe.
Dan. Thank you, Dan, for this. Let's resume. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. We will resume our session for the two last speech of the session. We are on time, more or less. And now the situation in Moldova will be introduced to us by Mr. Vasile Croitoru, who is the head of Airworthiness Division from the Civil Aviation Authority, Republic of Moldova. Mr. Croitoru, please, the floor is yours.
Oh, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am there. Yeah. Okay. Well, let me bring my gratitude to all the organizers, the Armenian colleagues, and Anima, everyone who was involved in preparing this event, considering being such helpful to Moldova as well, and for all the community. So, which one is the right one? Okay. So I'm coming from Moldova. So someone will talk a little bit about the Civil Aviation Authority. Little focus on the national legislation. What is the real situation at the moment, and maybe some future goal. Well, just 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the 76th anniversary of the aviation industry in the Republic of Moldova. Moldova at that time, maybe part of Romania. And the first flight at the beginning was the first flight from Bucharest to Chisinau in 1925. Also a good example for cooperation is that the first helicopter flight built was USA, but with the man, the George de Botezatu, who was born in Moldova and got his education in Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, but well, Americans gave him opportunity to build it there. So cooperation is everywhere as well. And talking about the Civil Aviation Authority organigram, I would say that about 94 people working there, employees, and the Airworthiness Division, Airport Division, and Air Navigation divisions are people who are working on the noise issue. And as you see, all the others probably are making noise around there. Well, so we have to deal with noise reducing. Well, with the legislation, I want to say that starting the year of 2014, the bilateral agreement between YASA and, let's say, European Union and the Republic of Moldova was signed. And starting then, we're trying to be in line with all the European laws, including this issue. And in 2019, the government decision was signed on the noise issue reduction, that actually the regulation, the European Union's regulation 598 of 2014, and transposes also the EU Directive 2006/93. From there, they're coming down all the technical requirements, rules of the air, and sorry, I'm too far. And then AIP of Republic of Moldova. The information is all there for the participants, or let's say for operators who are flying in or out of Republic of Moldova, and the airports and the what else? So this regulation is coming to ensure that the noise situation of each airport is under the, well, let's say, control, and all the measures are taken to reduce its impact of the environment and the neighborhood, the people in the vicinity. So, as I mentioned there, is to facilitate all the achievement and, well, let's say the European Union already have their experience in it, and we're trying to get step by step and be in line with it. But looks like we're a little bit behind. Every time we have to implement wherever the European Union stays for, we're a little bit behind with the implementation, but we're trying to stay in line. So the regulation also states that so what we enforced to reduce the impact of the noise is that all the aircraft that not that button, that their maximum takeoff mass is at least equal to 34,000 kg, and well, let's say the certain 19 passenger seats, they have to fly not lower than that is supposed to. And also, well, some example. For example, for the aircraft that greater than 5,700 kgs, they cannot fly below the 3,500 feet altitude above the Chisinau city. Well, let's say the Chisinau airport is the largest airport and the most used airport in the Moldova. Also had some calculation done on that issue, but it was a little bit earlier that we start to implement the EU requirements. It was done in 2010, and it's related to Chisinau and the airport and all surrounding area, how the impact of the noises. Almost same picture, but well, let's say different view on it. And well, as I said, I have some folks from the airport division and navigation division who are online now, but I'm the only one here representing Moldova, and please have us in mind for the future projects the Anima is coming with. Okay, and that's all for the moment. If you have some questions, I'm ready to answer them. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croitoru. Any question from the room? Or yes, a question? Yes, Elena, please. With the microphone, please.
I'm not this point. Well, I would like to ask a question. Since a long time, actually, we have no cooperation with Moldova. And I would like to ask whether there is a possibility to find common interests, to find this possibility to cooperate.
With Ukraine?
Yes.
Yes.
And with Anima Nation.
Ah.
There is a strong will, I'm telling you at this point. That's why I'm here, I'm representing. So maybe it's a good beginning to start with all the projects and to stay in line with. And we'll be happy to be invited and to get all the experience you already have and to implement it there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw the last wording, your last sentence. Please think to us for future projects. So we will think to you. I saw that you have made in Chisinau some noise mapping. So it's maybe also inspiring for Armenia and Georgia, where I thought that there is no noise mapping. Maybe one question. These noise maps have been made by your own services. This is an internal capability of your services, or is it an external company which that did this?
Well, actually, that was done in 2010 by ourselves.
Yourselves,
by
okay.
ourselves, but getting information from Romania, so we're trying to do something by ourselves. Later on, we came with the new regulation and started to implement it. But as I said, that well, I didn't mention the COVID situation.
Yeah.
That we're about to reach that number of 50,000 movement per airport, but the year of the 20s dropped down
Of
all
course.
the activity. Now we don't know in the nearest future if it's likely to achieve the 50,000 movements per
per
year.
year.
But we have to be ready and
Okay.
to do everything if that will occur. To be
Okay.
ready to.
Okay, maybe in the future we will try to find out, maybe through César, the César Joint Undertaking Program of the EU, how to implement the results of ANIMA within your countries. I mean, Moldova, Armenia, Georgia, and maybe, of course, we will find a way to keep on with you on the track.
Yes, definitely. The situation is that, well, the year of the 20s, but even a little bit before, the situation in Eastern Europe, situation in Ukraine decreased dramatically the traffic.
Yeah.
Situation in Belarus, as we know, switched a little bit the traffic around. So, but at any time, at any point, we have to be ready to if the noises will increase. Also, not that much complaints from the neighborhood because, well, mostly all the people in surrounding area, they're involved in the aviation. The city is a little bit far, but who knows, everything grows and we have to stay in line.
Thank you again.
you.
Any other question? A question from Dominique?
Yes, many thanks for your presentation. It's very interesting that you're doing the noise mapping and hopefully the noise action plans as well. I had a sort of technical but easy question. What are the noise levels that you apply for your noise contour in LDN?
Well, at this point, if I may ask Mr. Bunitsky to join me with that, he's the person who was definitely involved in those calculations, and I'll try. They are online with us, Mr. Bunitsky?
I don't know and we could check, but what I could suggest is that we answer the question.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because by myself, I'm the airworthiness engineer, so
Okay.
I'm a part of this work, but I was not involved in mapping and. But I will be happy
Okay.
to find the question and the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have the microphone, Tatevic, please.
My question is not noise related, but you showed your organizational structure. So I'm just using this opportunity to ask a couple of questions. I could see that the economic regulation was under your CAA. So you both deal with safety, security, plus the economical part?
Well, interesting question, but the director is involved in there. The airworthiness division, flight officer division, there, and all the aviation folks are here. The first deputy director, who is usually the pilot there, and the second deputy director is all the department economically and the lawyers, so everything is there. But yes, as an entire structure.
So Ministry of Economy is not dealing with aviation related.
Ministry of Regional Development. Now we are not on the Ministry of Economy. They split, so now the ministry is here. It's on the top.
Okay, and you mentioned during lunch that you just underwent an audit. Did they see the organizational structure and was it approved during the audit, the way it looks like now?
Yes, actually they pointed being very workable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Croitoru, for this this speech, interesting speech. And I think it's time for last speaker. Alena Konovalova who is professor at the National Aviation University, and we will introduce briefly, Alena, isn't it? Briefly, the situation in Ukraine. Thank you.
Excuse me, first of all, I'm not
and
professor.
Alena is also deeply involved in the ANIMA project, so well, she's one of our members.
What is this?
This is the
Excuse me, I'm not professor.
associate
Laurent.
professor.
It is
Okay.
not professor.
It's the same.
Well,
Uh,
I'm not presenting situation in Ukraine in general. I'm just presenting situation in aviation industry related to environment, okay? Because I'm not responsible for the whole Ukraine. I would like to say that I'm not alone here from Ukraine. Also, you see, there is another colleague of me who is my supervisor since 98 and who I guess is online. Alexandra, is he online? Because I hope he will help me to answer questions. Okay, and since I'm sorry, I have too many papers. What to press? What? Where? It doesn't work. I don't. Okay, so. Okay. You heard Laurent said briefly. In this way, I have to start with conclusions. So, ICAO balanced approach was implemented in Ukrainian aviation since, I don't remember, it is not very important, but we implemented ICAO balanced approach. But of course, we implemented in our traditional Ukrainian way, as we understand this ICAO balanced approach, and we also have some traditions. Well, airport noise management considers noise zoning approach. It is our traditional folk. Even you see, I'm in traditional folk blouse. Therefore, we implemented, but in our way, how we understand this. Since we are going to join European Union, at least we wish, we need to harmonize our legislation, national legislation with European. There is a need. We still don't have any noise monitoring system in Ukrainian airports. It's our problem, environmental problem. Therefore, in 2006, at National Aviation University, with my colleague, who is the head, we founded Center of Environmental Problems of Airports. This year, ANIMA is closed. This year, we also closed our research center. Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that we have no environmental problems in our airports. It means that life is life. Well, we need some assessment in the branch of carbon footprint and local air quality, since it is the second principal environmental issue of aviation and airport itself. And of course, we see that climate in Ukraine is changing. Therefore, we need to consider aspects of climate change. And we really appreciate cooperation with different countries, with different professionals. And it is our way to operate ourselves, to cooperate. And ANIMA really is a way for us to become more professionals in our branch. Therefore, we need transfer of knowledge. And this event is what we do. We try to understand your way of thinking, and we develop our way of thinking about aircraft noise and its management. So, since Laurent is not stopping me, I will tell you something about the Ukrainian aviation sector is the powerful one. We have, wait, I don't remember figures. 16 airports under operation. 2 airports, they are Borispol and Lviv, state-owned enterprises. 4 are community property. They are Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kryvyi Rih, and Sumy. The rest of airports are municipal airports. In total, number of aircraft movements reached 205,000 movements in 2019, before the epidemic of COVID, of course. And you see that on the graph, where to press to show you something? I will run here, it is easier. So you see that today about 98% of air traffic is concentrated in 7 leading airports. They are Borispol, Kyiv, Zhuliany, Odessa, Lviv, Kharkiv, and Zaporizhia. You see, Lviv and Odessa are competing all the time. Who is the second and who is the third? Also, these airports, Zaporizhia and Dnipro, are also competing between each other. So we have major airports. Sorry, I'm moving. And we have like other airports, but all of them are international. Be sure that all of them right now are trying to find their way, and international flights are more preferable for airports. Well, if we consider trends of passenger traffic and cargo traffic and mail traffic, we can see that we had a gap in 2014-2015, and since that time we have steadily increase in passenger traffic, cargo traffic, and mail traffic, and which means restoration of Ukrainian air traffic, air service. And we can even say that in 2019, the total amount of passenger traffic was about 24 million people. And in comparison to 2018, when it was 20 million, exactly. So the figure is 18% higher. So we can say that we even have several airports which we can consider as rapidly grown. Among them, there are figures, I don't remember them. Where are they? Sorry. So among them, Kyiv, Zhuliany, 52%. They are highlighted in blue. Look, Kyiv, Zhuliany, 52%, Kharkiv, 39%, Lviv, 38%. You see, they are competing. Borispol, 19%, and Zaporizhia, 18%. Zaporizhia is my favorite airport because it was the airport for Anima case study. I'm sorry, I'm moving again. So let us turn to environmental challenges. We have the big advantage, I can say, environmental impact assessment is obligatory in Ukraine. Noise and emissions, including local air quality, are considered by all airports, but noise aspects is still remaining a local priority. It is #1. I don't understand why European Commission decided to exclude noise aspect for the future projects, and it was really for us a problem. Linked to sustainability and impacts of climate change, also we consider carbon emissions linked to climate change as a national priority. And I would like to say that Ukrainian aviation sector and National Aviation University, from which I am, and personally Alexander Zaporozhets, at this time, today, right now, he was a member of ICAO-CAEP committee contributing to shaping aviation policy worldwide. Right now, he gave his responsibilities, delivered his responsibilities to the other person from our Civil Aviation Authority. Doesn't work. Yes, okay. Well, to briefly describe national legislation system, I have to say that ICAO balanced approach was implemented into national legislation. We have Air Code of Ukraine and Section 2, Protection of Environment, and protection of environment and residents from noise generated during aircraft operation. The principal essential part of this implementation. We also, in 2017, adopted the law of Ukraine on environmental impact assessment, where environmental impact assessment is mandatory in the process of decision making on carrying out the proposed activity, any kind of activity. So in all branches. In 2019, Civil Aviation Authority of Ukraine adopted the special document, Ukrainian Aviation Rules, which is titled Requirements for Operators Related to Noise Zoning of the Airport Vicinity. We call it Aviation Rules 381. And according to this document, airports are responsible for the development of noise maps on a 5-year basis, or in case of development projects with the huge influence on intensity of aircraft movements. Turning to harmonization of Ukrainian legislation, national legislation with European, I have to say that EU directive relating to environmental noise, so-called END directive number 49, is still not implemented in national legal system, which means that strategic maps and strategic action plans are still not prepared for Ukrainian airports, but there are two buts. The first is there is only one airport in Ukraine with air traffic over 50,000 movements per year, which satisfies requirements of END directive, and it is our main Ukrainian air gates, Kyiv-Boryspil Airport. And the second but is that a number of Ukrainian airports may be recognized as city airports. Among them, there are Kyiv, Zhuliany, Odessa, Lviv, and Dnipro. And you can see on the picture our city airport, the Kyiv Zhuliany Airport, which is completely surrounded by dwellings, multi-store buildings with apartments. Briefly about essential part of our noise management. Noise maps are under the requirements of noise protection zones. Noise indicators, we still use, and I can say that it is our advantage, we still use two indicators from the time of the Soviet Union, but we really think that it is our advantage because we try to build our noise management system on the basement of fundamental, which is not bad. You know, we don't destroy everything and build on no fundamental basis. So we still use LIQ and LMAX. For time intervals, we have only day and night. I guess it is because we work, Ukrainians, and we sleep. We don't have evening, you see. Noise levels are regulated with respect to restrictions for construction around civil airports. Where? It works? No. Okay, so I left the figures, the letters in Russian, Ukrainian, and I don't know, there are other languages. So we have 4 noise protection zones. They are zone A, limitation of residential construction, zone B and V. They are called noise protection, but there is difference in normative levels, but also the difference in requirements for sound insulation. And zone G, which is completely unsuitable for construction. Well, on this slide, there is a categorization of buildings which can for new construction. So, and I marked in colors whether you can, or it is permitted or restricted, prohibited to construct. And in case it is permitted, there are in yellow some requirements for sound insulation. So, well, just to say that we didn't implement European directive, but it doesn't mean that we do nothing. We really, to prove you that we made for all Ukrainian airports noise protection zones, just 3 airports as examples. Borispol Airport, 2 graphs for passenger traffic and number of aircraft movements, and doesn't work. And noise protection zones, LIQ, this is only LIQ for daytime and nighttime. The left picture for daytime, the right picture for nighttime. And you can see different colors indicate different noise levels, normative noise levels. And I have to say that Kyiv-Borispol is 16 kilometers far from the center of Kyiv, but only 2 kilometers far from Borispol, the small town which has the same name, Borispol Airport. Okay, so Odessa. Odessa was the first airport for which in 2006 we prepared noise protection zone. It was the first project for our research center for airport environmental problems. And right now we still consider Odessa as very progressive airport because we prepared for them several times noise protection zones. I will show you on the next slide this. So this is valid noise protection zones, LIQ and LMAX, daytime, nighttime, daytime, nighttime respectively. And this is we prepared in 2019. So the very recent project. This is my favorite airport because we considered it as ANIMA case study, and this is my work. But I will skip everything about our case study since we have no time. Me personally calculated these zones,
okay.
So I can tell you a lot about these pictures, but not now. I see. To realize one of the ANIMA tasks, informing public about noise protection zones. We, in cooperation, actually our Civil Aviation Authority, in cooperation with National Aviation University, prepared the project. Our civil CAA got a grant from European Commission for realization of this project. This project is called NOMOS, Noise Monitoring System, and it is an interactive map of Ukraine where you can open it from the official website of our Civil Aviation Authority, and you can find the airport you are interested in, and you will see, for example, this one. So this is for Kiev. This is the border of Kiev, and this is not an airport. This is an airdrome of Antonov Airlines. They have two airdromes, civil airdromes, cargo, and this is number 1, and they have also number 2, and this is Kiev Borispol, and this is the city, Kiev.
Thank you, Elena. I think you should conclude.
Conclusions,
because
look, only 2 slides, and I will
yes,
finish.
no more, really.
Yes, really. In 2020, we prepared several projects for other Ukrainian civil airports, which we can also consider as anima case studies. And we will prepare information about them and put them in our best practice portal. And the last slide, again, conclusions, but in Ukrainian, but I will translate. Well, one of the main conclusions, it is not that I started with, it is another conclusion, the principle. So airport itself doesn't generate any noise. Therefore, airport has no power to solve problem of aircraft noise. We need to make cooperate between, and in Ukraine, National Aviation University, since a long time, is a focal point of this kind of cooperation. We cooperate, Civil Aviation Authority, National Aviation University, airports, airlines, and aviation enterprises. And also, we need to cooperate with all involved stakeholders, and that is all.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you for this. We know you are very talkative, but there is a question from Zoom, and maybe some question in the room also, but one from Zoom.
But not for me, please.
Yeah, the question is
Alexander.
for you.
Well, I would in fact suggest that we start with the questions in the room.
Question in the room.
Yeah.
Yes, please introduce yourself and raise a question.
My name is Hasmik. I am environmental responsible at Zvartnots International Airport. My question is the following. You, first of all, thank you for the presentation. It was interesting. You talked about zoning, mapping, noise zoning, and there was an issue of a limitation for residential houses construction. And if there is a permission to construct a house, so the noise isolation was taken into consideration. I would like to know, besides the noise isolation in the houses, is there a distance, permissible distance defined for residential houses location from the airport?
The border of the zones is the distance.
So
and this,
there is some, can you just mention
I would like
what
Sasha,
is the
to
permissible
answer, to help
distance?
me to answer, because for me it is not a complicated question, but I will give a lecture for 45 minutes and I will be killed.
Are we able to?
Please take note of the question.
Yes, let's take.
I can answer, no problem. Alexander is not online.
We don't know.
Not now, no.
Not now. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, give me please. Look, we have 4 zones, and zone A, it is the border for which dwellings can be constructed inside zone A. So the distance from the runway to the place, to the point where developer company can construct the building,
yes,
is calculated and measured. Sorry, what is it?
No, sorry, I'm showing for the zoning.
No, the next slide.
The next?
The next, and even, wait, I will. So we have 4 zones, permitted, but permitted, this zone has no border, outside border, but it has the border with zone B. And inside zone B, there is no permission. There are some limitations for sound insulation, but which means that we have special procedure for developer company. The developer company must it is obligatory, ask responsible authority, civil aviation authority, and airport. Sometimes they contact directly civil aviation authority, sometimes airport. And airport put this point on the map with noise protection zones and decide whether it is possible, taking into account this table.
And thank you. And putting the point, it is the civil aviation or the government is taking into consideration which aspects.
It is the procedure. They ask first, the developer company has to ask airport or civil aviation authority, and they decide. And for the decision, they ask sometimes our university to recalculate, especially the point with coordinates, where is it possible to construct or no? Because, for example, before the adoption of aviation rules, the maps with noise zones were produced in a scale which was not very comfortable to work with, and the maps were not digital. Right now, since 2019, we started to prepare noise contours and put them on digital map. And right now, so Odessa was the first, because they are really progressive. They have really progressive environmental manager. They even just knew that Civil Aviation Authority is planning to adopt the special scale, which is 1 to 25,000 meters. And they prepared this map. This map is 1 to 10,000. So even bigger than it was necessary according to aviation rules. And for example, the next one, Zaporizhia, which I calculated. This one is on the, it is not a map, it is digital shoot from the space.
It's imagery.
Yeah. But it is scaled. And I put the calculated contour from the calculation program on this map, respecting the coordinates. And right now you can scale and you can see if you can construct apartment house here or you cannot. You are not permitted here.
Mm-hmm. We have another question from Tamar
One more
Lutidze.
question from me. I'm just interested in the legal enforcement aspect of this situation here, because in order to make the developers construct in the restricted areas to use specific insulation, noise insulation material, you probably had to put some other regulations, amend some other regulations, and I'm very interested to know which were other agencies, government bodies, which participated in this project to make this regulation enforceable.
Thank you, Tamar. Very good question, because it is a question of questions. This procedure, when developer must come and ask for permission, was from the Soviet Union time. Why? Because from the central control air контрольная точка аэродрома КТА, control point of airdrome, which is for one runway airdrome, is in the center of central lines. 50 kilometers, a circle of 50 kilometers. For this circle, the principal person in the airport is responsible because of flight safety. This is why the developers at the time of the Soviet Union must ask for permission because of the surfaces of safety obstacles, yes. But on the ground of this, and when we said in the Air Code of Ukraine that aircraft noise also has some zones of restrictions, they have to ask for permission not only for obstacles, but also in case of aircraft noise, in case of trying to construct something within zones.
Okay. I think there is a question online. Oh, a question here, please. Sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. David Sarukhanian from Civil Aviation Committee, Armenian. I have two questions. First, it's which state department is developed its national regulation about the level of noise? And second, which state department is monitoring this noise level? Thank you.
Good question. Very good. Thank you very much for this question. Well, Ukrainian aviation rules. Civil Aviation Authority has one department, but I'm not sure I will tell you the correct name up to date, up to today, because they change it several times a year. I'm sorry, but I can say a responsible person who was responsible and who is still working. It is Svetlana Marunich, and I can give you coordinates. Actually, this document was based on the document which National Aviation University, our research center, started to prepare in 2008. Then we gave this in 2011 to CAA and said, adopt it, do what you want. But we need this document to solve environmental problems of airports. They made some corrections. They gave this document for approval of Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Health canceled the presence of normative levels in this document. They said that only them are responsible for atmosphere, and noise is the environmental issue of like atmosphere. Therefore, they're responsible to set normative levels. Therefore, they didn't add European criteria LDN and LDN. They said we still must calculate for LMAX and LAQ. But this is, on the other hand, our advantage, because in case of, Laurent said already, low intensity of aircraft movements, if we use only LDN, noise protection zones are like close to the runway. And which means that in case this airport wants to continue its life, there is no choice, because construction is close after the gap in intensity of aircraft movements. Which means for us, LMAX is the instrument to keep this border and to have for our airports some space for their development.
Thank you. We have a last question from the room. I would ask you to reply briefly. A last question. Sorry.
I'm a lecturer. I can give lectures for 45 minutes.
It's working.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting, especially about noise protection zone. It's remind me obstacle limitation surfaces. So my question related to, do you have any cooperation with flight procedure designers, and should they take into account the noise protection zone?
Laurent,
and
you said one question, he told two questions.
For example, if, for example, air navigation service provider would like to implement some departure route, like conventional or airmap route, should they take into account the restriction of noise protection zone?
For your first question, my answer is yes. For your second part of the question, the only one stakeholder in Ukraine which is hardly involved in cooperation is flight navigation. I don't know how they correctly titled in English. It is our flight navigation service provider. But what we did to try to push them to cooperate, we sent our ex-student to the environmental department of that organization. That is my answer. I have finished.
Thank you very much, Lena, for this very successful talk.
Actually, I've got one addition. 1 minute, please.
No,
One more
no,
minute.
no.
1 more minute. I have to say that we really need to cooperate. It is our advantage. It is not the final event. We will have a close meeting in Brussels. In
December.
This December. But I do really must say that in this project, we founded Anima Nation for cooperation. It means we are not Ukrainians, Russians, Armenians.
Okay, next time in Kiev.
Next time in Kiev.
Okay, next time in Kiev.
You all are.
Thank you.
You heard this.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you again. Okay. So this is the end of this session. Thank you. And I leave the floor to Alexandra with some minute late for the next session. So
Yes,
you know better than I, Alexandra. Please go on.
I think it's a productive delay. We have been very, very active in the room and online as well. So, and thank you very much to all the speakers from the previous session. I think we managed to transmit the message, which was that this event is a peer-to-peer learning event, and we encourage to share experiences and practices. And I think we have done this successfully until now, and we will continue to add even more insights to this event by sharing with you the Anima case studies. And we have the Anima partners, some of us with us in the room, some of us online. And I would like to introduce the first speaker of this session, which is the review of Anima case studies. And we have Rolt, Senior R&D Engineer at the Netherlands Aerospace Center, and he will be presenting us the Rotterdam Airport case study.
Thank you, Alexandra. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, everything is fine. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome everybody also in Armenia. Sorry that I could not be there in person, but fortunately we can do this in a hybrid way. I will present our experience in the Rotterdam The Hague Airport case study we did in Anima. And I would like to emphasize that I already discussed this case in our previous webinar, but I will now focus on the community and communication part of this case study. In this talk, I will focus on that topic. Managing the airport is not an easy task. In the past, main concerns were related to how to cope with growth of the air traffic. Especially in East European countries and countries close to the EU, growth is still one of the main concerns as the countries are catching up with the Western countries that have already come to a point of saturation of this growth. And unlimited growth, even with a fast growing population, is not possible. We will always run into limitations. Not only what we financially can accomplish, but the main concerns will be environmental impact. Initially, noise concerns of nearby communities are the main limitations of growth. But now we also see the argument of local air quality, emissions, and climate change in general that play a significant role for communities near the airport. And we should also not forget the environmental groups that are active in a country as well. So there will be people that will not be happy with the airport. You should not forget there is a lot of people in the country that are happy with the airport and provides a lot of economic opportunities and ways to travel to friends and family. But people living close to the airport may have problems, especially, of course, with the noise problem. And there have been made, maybe there have been made promises in the past about reducing noise and good intentions that could not be implemented. So we see then a reduction of trust towards the airport by communities. And especially if you also take into account nightly awakenings, these can be especially a point of concern for communities. So in the end, you get to a situation where there will be an increase of distrust between the communities and the airport and the local authorities. And the way we try to address that in the Netherlands is that we have come up with the so-called polder model, which is actually named after the Dutch meadows and the grasslands that the country of the Netherlands is familiar with. And what we try to do in this approach is that we try to get opponents and groups that oppose each other come together and to acknowledge the differences and find suitable solutions. This is also the basis of the approach we have taken in the Anima project, and this is also considered to be a best approach from other European countries, especially with a lot of problems with respect to noise annoyance, like in the UK near the large airports and in Germany. So we have to take the groups of the community, the municipality and the airport together and discuss with each other the problems that are at hand. Of course, it's quite obvious that we can get representatives from the municipality and from the airport. These are quite clear. But if we look at the group of the community, there are a lot of groups that may represent them. And so we have to make a very good decision on who to incorporate into this community group, and this is also part of the selection process by the community themselves. So we must have a community representative that can address the concerns of the community, but should not be extreme either to the one part or to the other part. As an example, we should not get a former or active pilot that used to be living or that is actually living in a community, because he may be very a proponent for the airport. On the other hand, we should also not get a person that is very extreme on the other side, who actually, and this is actually the case in Rotterdam, where there are some groups that actually want to turn the airport into a green park. So we must be realistic in who we get, and so someone in between would be the best person to address all the different party within a community, because the community is not does not have a single voice. They represent different people in there. It does mean that we should also not ignore those extreme people inside the community. We should at least listen to them, listen to their concerns, and see in what way you can address them as well. If we look at the situation in Rotterdam for the case study, there is little room for growth. So there are now some efforts by the airport to see if they can reduce the noise for the local communities. And one of the possibilities that was raised, actually it was raised by someone from the community himself, was to see if there was a slight change possible in the departure route of the 06 runway, which would mean a small shift to the south of this procedure, as you can see in my slide. if we want to look at this procedure change, we have to incorporate people from the different communities around this departure route. So we have to get people from the north communities, which are Lensingerland and Zuidplas, who may benefit this change. But we should also include people from the Rotterdam community, as they may have some people in the community that may consider get a problem with an increased noise because of this procedure. So it's important at the beginning of this community process that we talk to each of these communities and discuss in advance what are the reasons for this change. And in this case, there are no no other goals in mind for this improvement other than to improve the overall annoyance, to reduce the overall annoyance of this procedure change. And so there are no other reasons, but in other situations they can be there, like operational change can also be required because of the growth of an airport. And even if that's a negative impact for the community, you should at least in advance communicate about that clear goal, so they know what to expect. One of the problems that we had in this case was that the communities, there was a calculation made, a noise report made on the impact of this change in procedure, but it was a technical report with model calculations on the noise impact, and expressed the noise differences in decibels. And this is something that is sometimes difficult for communities to understand. So in this approach, what we did was, instead of showing them the report, we did show them the report, but we also made a simulation. It was still in the Corona time, so we had to make, we made a website where people could experience the sounds at different locations of on the route. So we had 5 different locations, and people could hear what the difference was between the 2 departure procedures. To make it an objective test, we made sure that the people from the community did an estimation of what they heard. So they heard the two different procedures, and they had to vote whether the one or the other one was more annoying. And this was done in an objective way, so the community people did not know which location was presented at that moment. And so we got, for each of these 5 locations, we got an average annoyance change between the 2 procedures, and we compared them of course to the actual values that were from the measurement report. And the results of, well, actually they were quite clear. So you saw on the locations on the south, you saw some negative scores, which meant that the alternative was more annoying. And on the north, you said you saw some positive signs, which means it was an improvement. And if we compared that indeed with the measurement report, it was actually quite in line with what we saw in the report. So this was actually a way to approach communities and to show them or to let them experience the noise differences, so they could make a good judgment of what the impact was. And sometimes, especially if you look at decibel values, it's sometimes very hard to understand. And as you can see, for instance, in location 5, you would think it would be a negative impact there, but in practice you could see that the score was actually more positive for the alternative period. So a small change in decibels, it could not always be heard. So if we end up and go to our conclusions of this case study, is that it's important to organize or collaboration or a negotiation structure around the airport. And this is especially important to organize this in advance of any changes that are expected. Make sure this coordination between community, municipality, the airport is in place for your airport. It gives you a lot of ways to communicate with the groups that are impacted by the airport. Second is that you have to inform the different community groups early in the process. Do not do that in the end when the community people may already expect that there is nothing to do about a change. So in advance already inform them of what to expect and what will be done, and also inform them whether they will have influence on that or not, or is it just informational, or could they actually make a decision on that. And of course we've seen that in literature before. If you can provide the community more tools or more abilities to change a certain procedure, it gives you get more trust back also from the community. Another approach that was actually caused by, of course, the COVID situation is that we could not gather together in large groups. And so this is in the Netherlands, that used to be like the traditional way that you invite all the people around the community and you have a large room and 100 or 200 people come together, and somebody from the airport tells you what will be happening and gives information about the new activities. And this can lead to a very extreme situation where there are certain people that that are more vocal can claim the whole discussion. And what we've seen with these smaller groups is that you can get to a higher quality of discussion between the different parties that are involved in this process. So one of the takeaways also from this research was that this may be a good way also after COVID to continue in this way, and to have smaller groups, focus groups, where you can discuss the wishes from the requests from the airport and the concerns from the community. And finally, as it always is with a community process, there is no magic solutions. You should also always look at the local situation near your airport, in your country. It can be very different. And especially, of course, in a country like Armenia, where probably connectivity is maybe even more important now than maybe the environmental impact. But that's very difficult to assess from the outside. So another important point of this is also that the best decision may not always be to have a change implemented. The best decision may also be that we do not do a change, which at this moment is decided in Rotterdam. For now, they have not decided to make the change because there were still quite some concerns from the community. And the nice thing about this is that everybody really appreciated the whole process that took place. Everybody heard that they were being listened to, and this is also something strong. And we've seen that after this process, also the trust between the airport and the community has increased a lot, and we got a lot of other ideas about improving the procedures around the airport, the concerns that they find more important. So in the end, there were except that there was not a change. That didn't mean that was a loss. It was actually maybe even a very good thing that there was much more understanding between the airport and the community. So this process and the way in Anima how we try to approach the communities was very valuable for this situation, and it led to a lot of new ideas also, and we also learned a lot about this approach, which we can use in the future for new interventions in new airports. Okay, thank you very much. And the final point, what I want to say is that, of course, make sure as an airport that you put all your arguments on table, that you inform everybody of what the purpose is of a certain change or intervention at the airport. It may be sometimes a difficult message to say that you may build another runway, or you have to make a change because of safety regulations. But in the end, in the long term, it will help to increase to increase the trust between the community and the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolf. Indeed, going local helps in bonding with the communities. I would like to see first if there are any questions from the audience. So from the audience here in the room, there are no questions, but there is a question for you, Rolf, online. Do you have any information about how the land use planning measures were perceived by the community?
Yes, well, the interesting thing about Rotterdam is it's a large city, and that there are some new areas that were designated to new housing, and you see there is some conflict between the people who live near the airport already for quite some time, because they're used to living near an airport that was not so busy, and the people that actually are new to the airport. So they arrive, or they buy a house near the airport, knowing the airport is there with that certain amount of traffic. So this is something that's actually more like inside the community a battle between the two. So should the people that live longer near the airport have more rights to complain than the people who just arrived and live there? And this is something that has to be also addressed. And my personal opinion is that people who come new to the area should be very much informed about the impact of the noise and the emissions of the airport, so they know what they get when they decide to live near the city with a large airport.
Thank you, Rolf. I think this answers the question. Thank you very much. I would like now to proceed with the following speaker. She will present the case study about benefits and pitfalls of airport communication strategies in Frankfurt and Vienna. Julia Kuhlmann, she's from the Center of Applied Psychology, Environmental and Social Research.
Yes, I hope you can hear me. Well. Yeah, okay, yes. Perfect. I'll try to do this, I think, yeah. So you should be able to see my presentation. Thank you, Alexandra, and hello, everyone. Yeah, my name is Julia Kuhlmann. I'm an environmental psychologist, and I like to talk about the benefits and pitfalls of airport communication strategies, specifically about community engagement. And for that, I like to present two examples. One is Frankfurt Airport and the other one is Vienna International Airport. And the work was done from the MMU, NLR, and Environment. So Frankfurt Airport is the largest airport in Germany. And back in 2008, the so-called Forum Airport and Region, the FFR, was founded. And its aim is to foster a dialogue between Frankfurt Airport and the surrounding communities, and it covers topics such as noise, health, the environment, and also jobs. And it consists of 5 expert committees, as you can see here, and they all have different tasks. So for example, we have the board of directors, we have the steering committee, which is basically the decision-making body of the forum. And then there's the expert group on active noise abatement on the bottom left, and they are responsible for identifying and analyzing active noise mitigation measures. And there are various members from different backgrounds. So there's the operator of Frankfurt, from the airline, from the German air navigation services, but also from the city of Frankfurt, from the communities, and also local politicians. So this forum, the FFR, in 2018, so 3.5 years ago, they presented their intervention program, Active Noise Abatement, of which one aspect was the proposal to shift to this flight path is the flight path Amtix Kurz, which is here indicated by the red arrow. So they wanted to shift it to the north to avoid overflying densely populated areas. So this, the current flight path overflies the northern parts of Darmstadt, and they're very densely populated. So they proposed a shift, and you can see here the gray line is the current flight path and the blue one is the proposed shift to the north. And the thing is that this shift would lead to a decrease in aircraft noise exposure for some areas, for example, also for the northern parts of Darmstadt, but it would lead to an increase in aircraft noise exposure for other communities. And because of that, as part of the decision-making process, to decide whether to shift this flight path or not, a consultation procedure was conducted from May until December 2018, so a period of 7 months. And the aim was to engage the public and allow political representatives and residents to share their concerns, their ideas and opinions about this potential flight path. And the idea was that this consultation procedure and all the decisions that were made within the procedure had to be transparent and understandable for everyone involved. And actually, within the consultation procedure, not only the initial proposed flight path was discussed, but there were also other options discussed and considered for a potential flight path change. So the consultation procedure, and there were, in the beginning, there were 3 public informative events where everyone was free to join and attend these events. There was a randomly selected citizen group and a group with political stakeholders as well. And one important aspect to note is that the consultation procedure had no decision-making authority. So the results from this procedure served as input and were considered by the forum, the FFR, in their decision to shift the flight path or not. So the consultation procedure had no decision-making authority. So after the end of the consultation procedure, actually it was decided to take this flight path here. It's slightly different than the initial proposed one, and it was decided to do a 1-year test run with this flight path and monitor it closely. And within ANIMA, we examined the consultation procedure, so not the flight path change, but the consultation procedure that was conducted because of the proposed flight path change. So what did we do? We selected 3 study areas, and as I mentioned before, the flight path change affects the communities differently. So for example, we have the community circled in red. There would be more aircraft noise exposure with the flight path change. The community circled in green, that's actually one district of Darmstadt. They benefit from the flight path change, so they have less aircraft noise exposure. And the communities circled in orange, well, overall, there would be not a lot of difference in aircraft noise exposure, even with a flight path change. So we conducted in-depth telephone interviews, so a qualitative approach, and we asked participants about their general quality of life in the airport region, and of course about the consultation procedure, so whether they knew about it, whether they participated in the consultation procedure back then. Yeah, we asked about positive or negative aspects, what they thought about the consultation procedure, could anything be improved whatsoever. We had 27 participants, all of which knew about the consultation procedure or had heard about it, but the majority of them actually didn't participate in it, so they didn't attend the public events, for example. And when we asked participants about what they thought the aim of the consultation procedure was, a lot of them said that the aim is to reduce the aircraft noise for highly exposed areas, for example, also the northern parts of Darmstadt. And a couple of participants also mentioned that the aim was to designate new residential areas in the northern parts of Darmstadt. So participants said that Darmstadt, the city of Darmstadt, wants to designate new residential areas in the northern districts, but it's currently prohibited due to the high aircraft noise exposure levels. And with this shift, they would be able to designate these residential areas in the north. And with respect to expectations and hopes about the consultation procedure, there was actually a small difference between the groups. For example, the Darmstadt and Weiterstadt, so the green and orange communities, they expected and hoped for a flight path change and less noise exposure for the northern parts of Darmstadt. People from the red circle community were hoping for a joint solution and other measures, so they didn't want this specific flight path change, which would lead to more aircraft noise exposure, but they wanted to have other solutions. For example, they mentioned alternating routes. Yeah. And with respect to positive and negative aspects of the consultation procedure, well, overall participants rated the participation possibilities given in the consultation procedure as positive. They liked the aspect of the community involvement and also the general concept of such a consultation procedure itself. So the general concept was also viewed as positive. However, in this specific case, in this specific consultation procedure, there were some aspects that were criticized. For example, a lot of participants said they don't think the consultation procedure was open-ended. So they had the impression that the decision to shift the flight path to the north and to designate new residential areas was already made before the consultation procedure even started. So they didn't think the consultation procedure was open-ended, and it was just some sort of token event. So it was just conducted for publicity or for the image. Further, it was criticized that there is a lack of information and also that suggestions made by residents were not considered thoroughly within the consultation procedure. But of course, due to the small sample size, so we asked 27 people, and the qualitative nature of the study, these results only give first impressions about how this specific consultation procedure was perceived by the residents, and no firm conclusions can be drawn from this, but it gives a first insight on the perceptions. Then the second example I'd like shortly, or I briefly want to talk about, is from Vienna International Airport. And it basically started in 1998 when the Vienna International Airport presented their 2015 master plan, which included plans to build a new third runway. And these plans actually led to considerable amount of complaints by residents. And the result was that a mediation process took place in order to consider residents' needs. And this mediation process resulted in a final mediation contract being signed off in 2005. And the key element of this contract and of this mediation process back then was the creation of a dialogue forum to continue the dialogue that was already taking place. So what is the dialogue forum at Vienna International Airport? Well, it's a non-profit organization, and it represents approximately 2 million residents in Austria. And its members are, for example, Vienna International Airport, representatives from the air traffic control, the airline, but also communities and provinces, which are here marked in red, and also various citizen initiatives and organizations. The dialogue forum handles issues and conflicts related to flight operations, and they seek to develop conflict solutions on a voluntary basis. So if there's a conflict, they try to find a proper solution that's suitable for everyone involved. And they also monitor the compliance with and the implementations of the agreements that were made during the mediation process. And this monitoring is also a part of the evaluation reports, which are here depicted on the right. So the Dialogue Forum publishes every year an evaluation report. And yeah, and one key feature of the Dialogue Forum is also that the airport always communicates to the community via the dialogue forum before implementing any operational interventions. So if there are any plans or decisions to be made, it's always discussed with the dialogue forum. Yeah. So to conclude, and as Roald said before, transparency is a key element of these kinds of community engagement interventions. And it's also important to state how the engagement should look like, or to decide how the engagement should look like. So is it just simply providing information, or is it consultation, is it participation, or empowerment? So these are things to consider. And in general, the FFR, so the Forum Airport and Region at Frankfurt Airport, and the Dialogue Forum from Vienna International Airport are good examples of community engagement, but also, as we saw at the consultation procedure, issues can arise and they need to be addressed properly. Yeah, and one last remark I'd like to make is that it was actually quite challenging to find an airport that was willing to let us evaluate their community engagement. So this was true for the case of the evaluation study we did, or we now did at Frankfurt Airport. So we asked actually a couple of airports before, and they all declined. And the reasons given were, for example, political reasons. So when there was an election coming up, they were concerned that our study would interfere with the elections. And other reasons, for example, were that they had expansion plans, and they also were concerned that our study interferes with these expansion plans. Yeah, so that's it from my side. Yeah, thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Julia. We already have two questions in the room for you. The first one is from Laurent.
Yes, Julia, thank you for this introduction. A question about the case in Frankfurt and Darmstadt. In the end, did you implement something? I mean, did you implement these possible new routes? Were the people happy with these new routes, if any? And do you reevaluate the case with the COVID situation?
So this route, this option is actually being tested, but the test phase is during COVID. So to be honest, I'm not sure how how valid the results will be. And we didn't re-evaluate during COVID. So the study was conducted, now I have to think, I think 2019, 2020. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this reply.
One more question for you, Yulia, from Tamar. Oh.
First of all, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. The question is again concerning the Frankfurt model. As we see here, the change of the flight path would mean that the aircraft will stay airborne a bit more in the airspace. That means more carbon emission. So my question is a hypothetical one, we can say, because how to decide where is the proper balance between the carbon emission and noise impact, how we decide when to give the preference to the noise reduction to carbon emission. That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good question. Within this consultation procedure, there was not only this option considered, but I think 8 or 10 other options as well. And the first thing they did was to check for safety. So if there was one route that's not possible to fly due to safety reasons, it was immediately thrown out. And I'm not sure whether they or how they made the balance between the emissions, the carbon emissions and the noise emissions, to be honest. I think the main goal was to reduce the number of people that are exposed to aircraft noise or reduce the number of highly aircraft annoyed people. But I don't know to what extent the carbon emissions were part of this decision.
Yes, good afternoon, Dominique Lazarski. I would like just to address this question you had. It's very interesting, and it's an acute problem because carbon has a price. So air carriers will want to have a shorter and more direct route to the airport because they want to save money, not pay carbon emission. But at the same time, as you said, there is the noise problem. So we have to find a balance between the two. And maybe, well, this is what some countries decided, is to prioritize noise over emissions at low altitude. So you have to decide what is low altitude. Is it only LTO or is it higher than LTO? To my opinion, it should be higher than LTO because 915 meters high is not enough. Aircraft are very noisy at a higher altitude as well. So you have to define the ceiling where noise will prevail. The fight against noise will prevail against emissions.
Making sure that there are no more questions from the audience. No? Okay, thank you, Yulia. I think you have answered all our questions.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to proceed now with the next case study, which is about sound insulation at Marseille Airport. This case study will be presented by Doctor in Social Psychology Isabelle Richard from Environnement Environmental Psychology Research.
Yeah, hello everybody. Just have to share my screen. Hello, so I'm currently an environmental psychologist. I'm also the CEO of Environnement, which was involved in the ANIMA project. And I really would like to share with you the case study about the impact of the sound insulation scheme regarding the residents' quality of life in Marseille, which is an airport in the south of France. And it's really interesting to investigate this kind of airport because it's not the bigger one, but it's a middle one in terms of movement. And especially also it is situated in the south of France, and there is a huge link between the soil insulation scheme and the climate also, because all the people there live mainly outside, and so we will see that it's not so easy to deal with this insulation scheme. So to introduce the airport, so it's almost about 100,000 movement per year, with a growth rate of more than, let's say, for international flights, 9% per year. So quite big airport also. So the objective of the task, it was a task from ANIMA. We have two goals. So we try to evaluate residents' response to interventions resulting from 3 pillars of the balance approach. So it was the operational procedure, and then we study also actions regarding the land use planning and management, and the third one was communication, and Julia just introduced you and presented her task and results. And so the other one was we tried to analyze to what extent efforts that are deployed by airports to have a good relationship with neighborhood are efficient and well perceived by communities. We addressed so 3 main questions to that. So we wanted to know, do people, residents, do they even know the intervention? Do it improve their quality of life if they know the intervention? And does it lower their annoyance or not? So to answer to this question, we addressed a main question in all our study. So we trying to see if the existing intervention had an impact on the quality of life indicators. So we define before that, in this state of the art, the 9 indicators of quality of life. That are acoustic perception, material living condition, health, social relation and leisure, economy and physical safety, governance and basic rights, education, natural and living environment, and the overall question we ask: do this intervention improve their quality of life, and when, if it's the case. So for each indicator, we ask a question regarding the intervention. And so here you can see the noise map for Marseille. So it's a noise map. I mean, all people living there in the contours are granted by the airport to have some money to do the insulation scheme program. So this money comes from the airlines that are it's a tax from paid by the airlines for each takeoff, and this money is designed to be used by the residents who live in these contours. So for the methodology, we try to figure out if, for instance, there is several zone. You see Marignan, Vitrolles, Berlétan, which is deeply impact also, and L'Estaque. It's mainly the fourth cities that are really impacted, but you can see difference between, for instance, Vitrolles is not designed to get the ground. Marignan is designed to get the ground, but half-half. And L'Estaque and this area, they get the ground. So we try to see if there were differences between mainly these three areas. So the Vitrolles city, which is a non-eligible town. It is a small town that is actually very close to the airport, but not concerned by the control, and so by the insulation scheme program. So they are not, as I said, in the annoyance noise map. And so one city named Marignan, which is eligible half-half. So it's a small city on the annoyance noise map, but it's also really close to the airport, and they have departure, but also arrival noise issue, and one in L'Estaque. So it's an eligible town, and so it's a small town situated in a harbor. So it's quite a pleasant area, but with lots aircraft. So I can say that the noise issue are the same as in Marignan, almost. And we conduct also a focus group with the environmental association members. So we conducted a qualitative interview, but it was a collective one. So we call that focus group. There are like 10 people in the room. And then we discussed about noise issue, but mainly on quality of life in this area. And so, as I said, we would like to know, firstly, if there were some differences between these cities. And so the first result, we try to figure out result per group. We saw that there is no so big differences between the three areas, except that people who are already insulated by airports would start the conversation, the talk with annoyance issue. And for the group of Marignan also, but it's not the case for Vitrolles. That's almost start with crowding issue and building issue. So we will see after that the different the result per indicator, but what I would emphasize here is are the recommendation that are that were found by the residents, and so they say that they would like to have more overflight on inhabited areas. They want to have a kind of aircraft tax and penalty. This tax would be contributed by to municipality, and the municipality have to decide for their residents. They would like to reevaluating the noise map control because they found it unfair mainly. And of course, they would like to have a better communication on insulation scheme process by airport, because we know that few of them knew the insulation scheme program, except those who have already been insulating, of course, but it's not well known, and it's not even well communicated by airport. So they propose also to shift routes to share the annoyance. And if some insulation process are made, they would like to have some more reactivity, because when they ask for it, for instance, it can last for 1 year or 2 years since they had the works done in the house. So, and they would like to conduct more survey with residents, and it's we call it that we have to include them in the process. And so, considering the results on quality of life indicator for all groups, we did resume this way because there were no huge differences between the groups. So we mixed the results. And regarding our main question, does insulation scheme program have an impact on quality of life indicators? We can see that, for instance, some indicators remain not well deserved by the intervention. For instance, if you have a look at the natural and living environments, they say, of course, that it will not change anything for pollution, for air pollution. And you address this question between the link, how could we do with noise and pollution at the same time? I would say that if you can do both, just do it, because people are really aware about that and are really afraid and fear for their health. And for instance, it's the same thing for the indicator for safety. They also talk about the fear of air pollution. But for safety, they also say that it is positive, that it allow to have an impact, to lower their fear of crash when they are inside the house. So because the aircraft are less annoying. And so we can have a look also on the governance and basic rights, which are not addressed by the intervention regarding the answer of the residents, because they say that annoyance map controls are not fairly done, as sometimes they were, especially in the half town, they lived really close to airport, and they live really close also to people who get the grants from the airport. And so they consider that they have the same noise level, but they can't get the grant. So they are not okay with the noise map contours. And also the communication about this process, I mean the insulation scheme program, is not well communicated to people. and the airport has to make an effort on that also. And also, and it's an issue too, and that's why perhaps sometimes they feel that they say that contours are unfair. It's because the Aalmoes map is too old. I mean, the Aalmoes map of Marseille has been revised like 15 years ago, so it's quite old. So we have to update more often the Aalmoes map. I mean, because also air traffic is moving more and more, and it's not the same thing year per year. So we have to update the Aalmoes map more often to that. And regarding health, it can improve, I mean, the insulation scheme can improve the sleep quality at night in wintertime when windows are closed. So it's a good thing. And it can also lower the feeling of being stressed inside. So that's a good point also. But it's also the same thing that I previously presented. They say that it didn't have any effect on air quality. And so there is an issue when they are outside, because they are still annoyed and in summertime. And in Marseille, it's like they are outside 8 months per year, so it's quite a long time since they are annoyed by that. They say that also on social relation and leisure, that it could improve social relationship when they are at home, and also their leisure time. But it doesn't work when as far as they are outside. And so for work, so they say that it's great job, and it's good to live near your workplace. So it's always good to have that near your house. So considering the indicator, we can say that, for instance, we have some positive stuff and some negative stuff. What was surprising concerning the result, for instance, it's that sound insulation scheme was it was better for the comfort when you are inside your home, because it's better for ecological reasons. So that after that, we try to, after having those results, we try to fit quality of life indicators with the non-acoustical factors we already know that exist and that have an impact on the annoyance. And so we try to figure out if these non-acoustical factors and this quality linked to the quality of life indicator were addressed or non-addressed by the intervention, so by insulation scheme. And so we can see that even if some indicators are addressed by the insulation scheme, they are partly efficient regarding, for instance, acoustic perception. We noticed in the previous slides that it's clearly better for inside, but clearly the same for outside condition.
Isabel, sorry to interrupt you. Just a quick reminder that we have a small delay. So if I would like to ask you if we could finish the presentation soon, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then we see that the efficiency is not so so it's partly if this insulation scheme is partly efficient, and so even if in the mind of people, even if there is something or some intervention, or they do some intervention or action even by themselves to cope with the noise, they can't reduce their annoyance. So we said that possibly they could be in the learn helplessness situation, in the way that they could do nothing to reduce their noise, even when an action is taken by airport or by them. So it could be really important to their mentality, or their way to live with it. So only to say that it's important to focus on the intervention, the frame of the intervention on more than noise impact. And so to conclude, the insulation scheme is not well known. Is considered, the controls are considered like unfair, but the more important is that quality of life is more than the quality of sound of the city or the living place. And people start to talk about their health, and it's important for them to tackle this issue at the same time to noise. And even if people are insulated, even by the airport, they are still annoyed because they are also outside, and the health issue is not addressed. So how to better address quality of life in designing intervention? So we have many 4 points. So try to work on participation and fairness. So we try to work on the capacity to shape an intervention that better include residents in the decision-making process. That means involve them at the very beginning of the idea of the intervention. Try to work on health issue also, and try to shape intervention that lower the pollution, the pollution, the noise and stress effect, and also try to improve sleep of residents. Try to work on social life and leisure, same thing for the intervention, and try to work on the global living environment. So try to shape an intervention to address the indoor and the outdoor impact of the air traffic. Thank you. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Isabel. There is one remark from the audience. The microphone, you need to open it. Push.
I pushed already.
Okay, perfect.
Well, I found my place to say something else. Okay, just one remark that quality of life was never thought about it in Ukraine. But after this case study, we started, because I was involved in this quality of life study at the start of our project. And actually, the result in Ukraine was we were not thinking at all about quality of life because of many reasons. One is low level of economy. But since ANIMA project, we now started to consider non-acoustical factors first, and second, quality of life around for residents living around civil airports.
Thank you very much, Elena. There is another question from the audience.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that the airlines pay tax, which is used for residents' comfort. So what is the criteria to define the amount of the tax? Is it a fixed tax amount, or does it depend on maybe the level exceeds in noise permissible limits, or on number of residential objects nearby the airport?
No, I can't say the amount, the percentage of the tax, but I know that for each takeoff, airline are obliged to pay this tax to the airport. And so for each takeoff, there is some percentage amount of money paid by this airline, and each airline have to pay that for each takeoff.
So each airport defines itself the tax, or?
Yeah, it's a tax that airline pay the airport, but it's a national tax. I mean, it's not the. I guess it's the same tax for all the. It's a national legacy, you know, and each airline pay the airport, and airport are designed to redistribute the money to the residents.
Thank you, Isabel. Also, Dominique in the room, she could help answer this question.
Yes, in fact, you are right, Isabel. The tax is imposed by law, and there are 3 rates depending on the size of the airport, and it can be, in fact, it's not a very high tax. And the calculation is quite complicated, so I won't go into that. But for a small airport, like, you know, I live near Beauvais Airport, which is a very small airport, the tax brings the average amount paid by an airline is 16 euros for a takeoff. So there needs to be a lot of takeoffs to enable noise insulation, because in that same area, insulation is about 18,000 euros for each home. So you can see that this is not sufficient. Around Paris, it's a bit higher. I don't have the average paid by airlines, but it is not, again, it's not sufficient, because there are tens of thousands of houses, of homes to be insulated. So it's a good system, although not sufficient. I must say air carriers are dead against it.
Thank you. Well, I would like to proceed now. Thank you very much, Isabel, and thank you very much to everybody who had questions. And I would like to introduce our next speaker, who is in the room, Attila Béla Biró. He's structure, funds, and European cohesion expert at Cluj Airport.
Hi, everyone. My presentation emphasizes the importance of an airport committing itself to a better understanding how to design environmental management strategies, especially those related to noise that may restrict operations. We currently operate 24/7 without limitation, totally free, but we are aware to that possible night restriction will be imposed in the near future. So we need to be prepared. We have received complaints about noise, so our involvement in ANIMA explains the willingness to learn through action. One such example is the construction of a new runway and a new taxiway and also a new passenger terminal. Through all these investments, the operational node of the airport will move to east, from west away from the residential areas of Cluj. I will present some basic information about Cluj Airport, the aspects of continuous growth until 2019. Will show the pressure exerted by environmental capacity, especially the aspects related to noise, but also the period of collapse of passenger air transport and its recovery trends. Yes, we are the first regional airport in Romania, serving almost 3 million passengers in 2019. We have 47 scheduled destinations to 19 countries in Europe and Middle East. That is, I think it's a mistake. It's not good. Am trimis una mai vechi, no? Excuse me for this. In 2020, we have almost 900,000 passengers, and with 2021, we estimate more than 1 million. Yes, this is the. So Cluj route network, we have 45 direct flights, from 45 direct flights to 50 direct flights, and 7 to 10 airlines. One of come back here later. The discussions in year 2020 gives measure of great potential that Cluj Airport catchment area. And indicates some good prospects of the airport's resilience and recovery capacities for the first regional airport from Romania. Here we see listing of destination by country. Some destination being operated with more frequencies. The traffic growth, this estimates made in the pandemic year of 2020 predicted even lower traffic in 2021 than in 2020. And also this slide show the increase of the number of passengers from 1996 to 2019. The last 6 years showing the steady increase and the last 2 years of decline to the pandemic period. Following is a brief presentation of the investment mentioned at the beginning. Investments that help us meet environmental requirements and especially the reduction of airport noise. In 2011, the works of the construction of new runway at the Cluj Airport is began. The work started for the construction of the first 2,100 meters of runway, are the first stage of investments, which aims to build a new runway in totally 3,500 meters. is the first runway from which built in Romania in the last 50 years. The runways is 45 meter wide, going to 60 meter wide sidewalls. The project is part of the extensive investment program launched by Cluj County Council, which is currently on their way at the airport and has an important role in supporting regional development. By extending the runway, the takeoff and landing maneuvers will be at a greater distance from the residential areas. During stage 1, we have now 2,100 meter portion from the totally 3,500 runways. Cluj Airport as a beneficiary of non-reimbursable funds through the large infrastructure operational program. We benefit from 50% financing by building a new taxiway in line with environmental protection objectives. The project will contribute to the objective to increasing regional accessibility and mobility by providing the necessary infrastructure to serve ground operation safely and in the short time, providing opportunities to increase the number of operating frequencies or to induce a new travel destination to the regions in the country or outside the country for passengers in the catchment of area, Cluj area. The new taxiway will streamline the movements of aircraft in the ground and handling equipment, which will be lead to the optimization of times for conducting ground operation in increased safety and security. We also ensuring the optimal framework for support passenger traffic registered at Cluj Airport. The specific object of the project is to increase the operational capacity of the airport in order to facilitate the movement of aircraft in optimal condition with positive effects on socio-economic climate and low effects on environmental quality using green energy and compliance with urban requirements. Cluj Airport also started a procedure for determining the carbon footprint. Airport carbon accreditation is an international carbon management certification program for airports and has 6 levels. Accreditation provides airports with the opportunity to gain public recognition for their achievements, promotes efficiency improvements, encourage knowledge transfer, raise the profile and the credibility of an airport. The airport carbon accreditation program developed by the ACA is a global standard for carbon management in airports. The aim is to align with the European Union standards for reaching the level of zero carbon emission by 2050. surrounding environment. In Cluj Airport, we have a waste activity for recycling. For example, we recycling 81% from plastics, from paper about 80%, and glasses about 54%. Use energy efficient solution. 88% we have economical light bulbs, and for example, just 58% we have energy efficient devices. It's not more. In our city, the main pollution sources, 19% of road traffic is pollution. In the, for example, the main factors, three main factors with negative impact of the biodiversity area is 83% is deforestation and habitat loss. About noise, it's 44% of air traffic is generating that noise, what is it's a problem for residents. The sleep quality is 46% is good, and only 16% say it's very good. Is the conclusion. We look to satisfaction with the air transport, general perception about the airport regarding development and its investments in infrastructure in compliance with environmental norms, perception of the air pollution, water pollution, soil, and noise pollution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attila. There is a question for you in the audience from Laurent.
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Before the question, just a comment. Cluj is typical of this airport with a strong growth, which is the earth of the target of Anima, because you are facing or you will face some problem with this growing traffic. Now a question. You saw some you displayed some impressive figures about the forecast of traffic, and you are building up a new runway. The question for me is the following: is it are you going to build a new runway and to cope with the demand from for the traffic for the traffic increase? I mean, is it a demand from the public for more traffic, or on the contrary, do you push for this traffic growth? Is it a demand from the market, from the people who want to take plane, or is it a will for economic expansion of your airport? In which way it is working?
The both. Cluj Airport is one of the main point of economical development of areas. And yes, we have great passenger traffic, not now, but in the last years it grow up. And the new runways want to serve this passenger traffic. But in the same time, we want to move to east. The gravity of operational maneuvers more far away from residential areas. And that's why the new runway and the new taxiway, we built these two investments, and we planning to build a new terminal from east, from the actual terminal. And the present terminal serve just for domestic flights, and without plane in front of terminal. The new plane parking is also we build in the east part of the east. The problem is 20 years ago, I think nobody not thinking the airport become a big airport. It's second from Romania. And they are built houses and apartments very near the airport. And in every which situation, the airport they make attention. The airport will be grow, and you will be a problem with noise. It's nobody not interested. Just now, they are discovering its airport. They are living near the airport. So we try to move all gravity of activities to east. That is one point of communication with the population. You see, we try to resolve your problem. It's not. We don't want, and we cannot build another airport. I don't know where.
Of course. Yes, that's very typical of what this is the typical case illustrating the ANIMA approach for your kind of airport with a sudden growth and a sudden problem that was not expected before. Thank you for this introduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attila. Okay, thank you. We will restart the session. We have one more presentation from Paul Hooper. And he is the chair of environmental management and sustainability at Manchester Metropolitan University. And as I already mentioned, he will present the lessons learned from the ANIMA interventions. Please, Paul.
Thanks, Alex. Thank you, everybody. I'll try and keep this upbeat because I'm conscious it's the end of a long day. In fact, it's a slightly longer day than it needed to be for me because I messed up on my timings and I tried to join the meeting an hour before it started, but Alex put me right. So I at least was on time. So I've learned the lesson of the distinction between British summertime and GMT. Anyhow, I thought it would be useful to give you a bit of an insight into the motivation of ANIMA and how we've tried to address some of the challenges we felt were critical to the whole question of more effective noise management by way of context setting for some of our overall lessons learned and indeed some comments on future research needs. So just to emphasize Laurent's point, which is that in contrast to many EU efforts and programs and projects, we haven't concentrated solely on noise source. Rather, we are interested in and desirous of managing down the human impact or the human response. As a consequence, we need to look at not just the noise itself, but also how it is perceived, how it is interpreted by humans in order to understand that response. How significant is that issue? Well, it is one of the explanations for why EU policy has failed to deliver on the intent, which is to drive down impact. There's been a massive effort to reduce noise at source, and indeed through operational improvements, noise on the ground. Those efforts, in many cases in large airports across Europe, have seen a gradual shrinking of noise footprints around the airports. But actually, we've seen in many cases also an increase in annoyance and reported sleep disturbance. So there's a disjunct between efforts to reduce noise exposure and the human response. And in order to manage the situation better, we need to unpack that and understand why that is. Also, we're seeing, as Laurent highlighted earlier, the links that that are being made between these short-term responses and long-term health effects, to the extent that annoyance and sleep disturbance have been the drivers for WHO recommended levels around airports, noise levels around airports. So let's have a look at this noise response. Noise response is indeed a function of clearly the acoustic stimuli, but also other things that might influence the way in which we respond to that stimulus. So yes, it's about the sound and the sound level, but we may need to unpack that a bit more than is implied by our conventional measure of noise, which is this level equivalent, or LDEN in its European format. And other things which influence the way in which we perceive noise. So they can be our general attitude to the source, the way in which we respond, our ability to cope, whether we feel that the situation is fair or not, our experience of previous efforts to manage down noise. There's a whole load of things in there that we need to understand. If we look at noise metrics, when I suggest that noise footprints have shrunk, what does that actually mean? Well, it means that the average noise levels, as described by a level equivalent, have reduced over time as a result of making aircraft quieter and the way in which we have operated airports. However, that single number that captures the total sound energy and describes it as a level equivalent is only one, is covering up on, arguably masking some fundamental changes to the nature of that noise or sound. Fundamentally, what we have seen over the last few decades is a shift from much noisier events, and relatively small numbers of those, to larger numbers of relatively, and I stress the term relatively, quieter events. So aircraft have become quieter. They're still noisy, don't get me wrong, but there are much larger numbers of them. So those two things can balance each other out to a degree, but as I said, overall, the total sound energy has generally, in large airports that are growing steadily, reduced. Nevertheless, that actually underneath that overarching statement is a really fundamental change in the nature of that sound experience. And it is the case that whenever we speak to amenity group members, people concerned about airport growth, concerned about airport impacts, that the number of events is increasingly stressed by people as being intolerable. And indeed, they suggest things like maybe we have exceeded the thresholds of tolerance for some communities just in terms of the total number of events. Now, that could be really, really important to us when we start to think about how we manage noise going forward, particularly when we look at the way in which we manage our airspace, when there appears to be emerging a mandate from communities for the sharing of noise. So if it's sharing noise, then how do we look at that sharing question? Is it about sharing the numbers of aircraft around so that communities feel that they are dealt with more fairly? And what might that mean in terms of noise levels experienced by larger numbers of people potentially? So there's a number of interesting questions there. When we look at those other factors that influence our perception of noise, we often refer to these as non-acoustic factors. So these are things which are not qualities of the sound itself, but rather the things which can impact upon our interpretation of it. There's a whole load of things, as this table describes. However, it might be that some of them could be amenable to more effective management practice. And these are the things in this top left-hand corner, which are regarded as having a strong influence over our response to noise and are potentially modifiable, particularly through mechanisms which are around communication. This is not just communication trying to say to people, hey, the world's better than you think it is. No, this is about communication around how we manage noise. So it's meaningful communication. It's not peripheral. It's not intended to try and convince someone to change their opinion. Anything but that. It's about involving communities in the process of noise management in a way that makes them feel that they are being dealt with more fairly. So what have we done within the ANIMA remit to address some of these issues that are impacting upon the human response to noise? When it comes to non-acoustic factors, what we've attempted to do is to try and understand what makes for more effective communication and engagement. So we've produced some guidance on meaningful engagement, you know, the very fact that the communication should be directed to and involve change, meaningful change, which is intended to make the lot of noise affected communities better. How might we do that? Well, we would emphasize the importance of empowerment, which can give communities a sense of control over what is happening to them. We need to certainly focus that communication around what is important to communities and how might we, through noise management and other interventions, affect those concerns and values in a positive way. And we are also arguing for early engagement to ensure that we think about the broader values of communities right from the get-go, such that we can design interventions that have an impact on those values and are therefore meaningful to communities. We've also explored the use of some novel communication tools, in particular with the help of NLR, looking at the role of virtual reality instruments, which may help us describe to communities the future possible scenarios in a way to which they can relate. So if you've got option A, B, or C for a flight path, what does that actually look and sound like from the perspective of a particular location on the ground? And this can be really powerful when it comes to looking at the possible future options and deciding on what is more favorable. If you understand what those things mean in reality or in virtual reality, then you may be more able to form an opinion about what you prefer. This is all about, in essence, looking at how an airport can proactively respond to and improve the quality of life of communities which surround it. And unpacking that question of quality of life has been central to much of our ANIMA efforts, not least to think about what attributes of quality of life an airport might reasonably be expected to influence, but also this issue of linking quality of life to, right from the start, to the things that airports do. So this is about having a dialogue around what's important and what might airports do to influence those important features. One of the things that we found is that if we look after the fact at previous interventions, as was described by Isabel and Julia, we find it quite difficult to make the link to quality of life if that hasn't been done as part of the process of the intervention design. So what we would advocate is that actually that's where you should start interventions. What is important and meaningful? If communities value these things and then we can make a link between potential changes and those things of value, then you're on the way to make the link to meaningful change, to things that are impactful on quality of life. Of course, if you could do that, and you can measure the progress, then that means that you can assess, evaluate impact on quality of life once an intervention has happened, because you've got a path back to that quality of life objective. So as part of that, we have developed what we call an ANIMA methodology, but it's about recognizing the process of change and how and when you can involve communities in that process. And our position would be that the earlier you do that and the more comprehensively you do that, and the way in which you do that with transparency, and should ensure that you empower communities to have a genuine say in what happens, which in theory should result in more acceptable outcomes and more efficacious outcomes in terms of community perception. This is a methodology which we are promoting and highlighting in the noise platform, which we will talk about and provide more information on tomorrow. So what other research have we done? Well, one of the points that I made earlier, which is about understanding the subtlety of the changes in sound environment that lie behind this number that we are calling an average or a level equivalent long-term average sound energy exposure, is the variation around the numbers of aircraft, the noisiness of aircraft, the timing of aircraft, and so on. And I think some of that came out in Dominic's comment around, what has happened since COVID, and this issue of timing and people's perception can be hugely important. So what we've tried to do with this particular piece of work is to unpack that night noise experience and recognize that actually what's important isn't the level equivalent, which is a theoretical construct, but actually the events themselves. How noisy are they, when do they occur, and so on, and to build that into a night noise protection concept. And there is a really useful, I hope, report on that and how that information can be used to try and reduce the risk of extra awakenings and inform policy that does, and indeed actions that do that. Another key area is understanding this how sound changes and the way in the context in which we perceive sound can have an impact on our human response. So there's been quite a lot of work done on high fidelity. That means sophisticated modeling to forecast the impact on sound quality and sound and loudness from future aircraft configurations and types. And there's a lot of modeling done by people that are a lot cleverer than I am as to how future changes in technology may impact upon the sound we experience on the ground from aircraft in the future. We've also spent considerable time trying to understand how people perceive sound and what might impact upon that. So we've got a study on social media and the influence that might have on people's perception, how house prices can change as a result of airport activity, and indeed whether that could influence the way in which we think about aircraft noise. We've developed an app which has allowed us to capture real-time responses to people's soundscape. So that's, in other words, what it's like to live near an airport, and can we capture that real-time using the app? I must sound a word of caution there, and that is that has very much been a trial, because we had to deploy the app at a time when we've had massively reduced aircraft movements. So we're not extrapolating from that to suggest anything around what it is like to live near an airport under normal conditions, but what we are trying to do is to determine whether the app itself can capture the sorts of information that would be useful in the future. And then another aspect to a more sophisticated understanding of how sound is perceived, it is a recognition that people move about. We often talk about annoyance and relate it to where people live, forgetting that actually people move about during the day. And there's been a very interesting attempt to try and build in an understanding of people's movements and how that might affect their noise exposure and thus their perception of noise and response to noise over the course of a day. So some really interesting work there around that issue. And then I come on to what I was supposed to talk about today. I can hear Laurent saying, Paul, please get on with the issue. So I will finally move on to these case studies. Case studies run through ANIMA throughout. We've used case studies to understand what has been done. We've used case studies to understand the challenges that nation states have engaged with around noise. And over the last 18 months to 2 years, we've used case studies to try and work with various airports in how we might bring to bear some of the experience and effective practice that ANIMA has revealed. And here's a list of airports. I'm not going to go into them one at a time, but hopefully you can see that those airports cover a range of noise management experience and also a range of different sorts of balanced approach interventions. Just going to look at the broad brush findings from those case studies here. So what we've found is that at the heart of the challenge that these airports face is this balance between growth, the desire for growth and the good things that that can bring against the need to manage down the potential negative consequences of that increased activity. And that is a tough place to be. I think we all have to acknowledge that. We also recognise the need to work with communities to effectively attain a license to operate, because if you don't achieve that as an airport, you will be exposed to increasing community resistance to development quite reasonably over time. How might that license to operate be achieved? Well, what we're suggesting from our experiences in these case studies is that that is best achieved by early and comprehensive community engagement. And I must emphasize in that the need to communicate around the whole process. That was something else that came out of some of the comments made by Julia around communities being aware of what is happening when there's this particular request for engagement. What part of a more general process of community engagement does this relate to, and what's the end game? Where are we going with this engagement? So the whole reporting of the process is critical. We need to acknowledge and address trade-offs. It is the case, and this was highlighted by the Rotterdam case study that Roel presented, that there can be winners and losers to changes if there's a redistributive effect. And we need to think about the principles of that before, arguably, we come up with specific options. So is it, for example, preferable to reduce the noise of the most affected communities, even if that means a slight increase in noise to communities that are less affected or are exposed to lower levels of noise? These are questions that we need to actually bottom out with our communities before we come up with particular proposals. And the final point, and I think this was emphasized by Alina, and indeed I think this came out from a number of presentations from Romania example as well, and Moldova. My understanding of the take from that presentation is that there's real importance in the development of legislative frameworks where responsibilities are clear. If that governance responsibilities are unclear, then that can inhibit effective management, because different bodies are not sure who's doing what and where. So what do we take from this comprehensive community engagement piece? At the heart, as I've emphasized already, this is ensuring that noise management addresses issues of concern and value, but we're not suggesting it's easy. I think we've also highlighted that Julia and Roald emphasized the fact that it's not an easy place to be. And indeed, if you speak to communities, you may get an inconsistent answer, and even at times conflicting answers. And the challenge there is how you can work with those self-same communities to develop some consensus and indeed compromises sometimes, and that may require movement from all parties. Effective practice emphasizes the importance of early engagement. There's also this issue of if we decide, are able to decide things of value and priorities for communities, we do need to begin to think about, well, what sort of change would result in would be seen as an improvement, and how can we track that change? So what measures of change might be important here? And I think we would argue that we need to be more sophisticated than looking at just a crude reduction in LEQ for capturing the sorts of things that are important to communities. We might need to unpack that and look for different levels of change and different types of change if we are to address those concerns. Another point that's emerged for us is that some of these issues can be quite complex, and indeed if you are discussing with communities around principles, around values, around priorities, then these are quite abstract concepts very often, and relating them to noise can be quite difficult. So it is important that the forum in which these consultations or this dialogue occurs is flexible, it's dynamic, and it's quite intimate. So it might be that you have to go for more intense engagement that clearly can't involve everybody in order to work through what might be useful courses of action arising from the defining of priorities. And I think therein lies an interesting question around which techniques work best for what particular challenge in the process of change. And finally, and I've already emphasized this, the reporting of, if you're in a change process, it's important to report where you are in that process, what's informed that process to date, and how we're moving forward, such that those contributing to that process involved in the dialogue understand where their inputs are being made and how they are valued. And then this is quite a useful statement that we've sort of emphasized. So it's not about doing the right thing. The right thing is about doing things the right way. And if communities buy into that, then they will be more satisfied with outcome. I appreciate that's a big if. So what can we say about this tailoring of techniques to task? We found that focus groups and these workshop approach can be really useful. It may be appropriate that later in the process that you might need more extensive engagement with a wider audience when decisions are perhaps between options, but those options have been derived from a process which has talked about what are we trying to achieve here before we come up with options on how we might achieve that. Having said that, and there's a little example here from the UK, it isn't always the case that when we discuss what we might call design principles or priorities, that the same answer, that a consistent answer comes out. And here we have quite a difference from our focus group outputs on whether or not airspace should be designed to avoid flying over new areas, or whether it should emphasize the best outcomes, even if it involves flying over new areas. And you can see that the focus group outcome and the wider consultation online resulted in a different pattern of response. Trade-offs, it's central to a lot of the questions that we have been wrestling with. These can be trade-offs between commercial and environmental objectives, or indeed trade-offs between environmental objectives. And another comment, Dominique, that you responded to, which I thought was very useful, which is, how do you decide how you prioritize noise over other environmental characteristics? And indeed, one of the approaches to that can be to specify a certain altitude and say, well, under that altitude, noise is the thing that we prioritize. Over that altitude, it may be other things. And that has been the position taken by some nation states. But ideally, that's something that is agreed with your communities so that there's some transparency in that process. So critical to this thing is flushing out the basis on which we're making decisions so people are clear and understand that process. We may well need technical assessments in order to understand the nature of proposed changes and how each option might perform differently against our priorities, and that may include the use of new metrics to capture the performance of different options against some of our priorities. And at the heart of that is basically an appreciation that quite often, certainly when it comes to operational changes, there may be a redistribution effect, and there can be winners and losers, and there needs to be some understanding of the design priorities and a buy-in to those design priorities if we're going to avoid stalemate further down the track, as indeed we've seen a little bit in some of our case studies. The legislative and governance question, this was particularly strong with where we were working with airports who we would regard as earlier in the journey on noise management, and there's been clear challenges around specification of governance frameworks such that all parties understand who's responsible for what as a fundamental starting point to managing the noise situation more effectively. Particularly challenging around land use planning, where we've seen overlapping responsibilities and priorities at different spatial levels, really providing a challenge to management of encroachment in particular around airports. So what are the take-home points from that? Well, we would advocate starting any communication engagement process early, making sure that communities understand what the whole process is about, what decisions are ultimately being made, and that in that way we can manage resident and other stakeholder expectations. Really important is to be clear about what's the purpose from the get-go. Recognize that some of these issues are really complex and may require time to explain, and allow some iteration around and questioning around what we understand to be the problem, or indeed the priorities that we are trying to serve and indeed to identify. We think that the less extensive but more intensive qualitative tools such as focus groups and workshops may be particularly useful for those early stages of engagement. The key point is that the communication process allows a dialogue which ideally helps develop mutual understanding over the direction of travel. If you are discussing some of these more fundamental questions about what's important, what priorities should govern our development of noise management interventions, then we would argue that it's really important that those principles are prioritized in order to inform later discussion around particular proposed courses of action. Why is that? Well, we're finding in some cases that some of those principles can be conflicting. So if you don't prioritize them, it's very difficult later to show why you are proposing a certain suite of possibilities, and indeed how you might narrow down on those to a specific course of action. The final point is that dialogue should extend to the means by which progress and improvements can be measured and monitored. So the dialogue shouldn't just be saying we want to achieve this end, but how can we achieve that, and what material changes can we associate with an improvement that leads to addressing that issue of value. So is it, if you're talking about sharing noise, is it about sharing the number of aircraft? Is it literally saying 30% go here, 30% there, 30% here? Or is it about the noise on the ground and the changes to the noise on the ground? And how do we show the pattern of that noise? A long-term average isn't very helpful if you're sharing stuff and you want to look at spatial and temporal patterns. So we have to think of new ways of capturing these features which help us understand the performance of different proposed courses of action against a particular priority. So those sorts of comments have informed us what we believe are future research priorities. So this question around how do we understand the impact of communication engagement? Should communication engagement be linked to changes in annoyance? Well, we think that that's way down the track. The first thing we should be trying to achieve, and we could potentially track, is, are communities happier with the outcomes from these processes? Do they perceive those processes to have been fair? Are outcomes more acceptable? Is there a link between satisfaction in the process and outcomes and annoyance? Well, that's something we can start to understand. But the first thing is, let's try and monitor and assess whether or not that first level response, i.e. people are more satisfied and feel happier with the processes. Let's at least understand if that is being achieved. And we feel that only in that way can we begin to optimize the social impact arising from investment in noise management interventions. We also recognize that it's a tough place, this engagement piece. We're suggesting more intimate engagement. We're saying it takes time and effort, and that there is clearly a balance between the intensity of that engagement, the value of it, the level of interaction, and things becoming really long and really tortuous, and that can be self-defeating in itself. So how do we use the appropriate techniques so that we can streamline processes of change as much as possible, and yet allow the level of engagement and dialogue that's important for communities to really feel that they're informing changes that affect them. Translating this view on community values into meaningful change needs us to unpack how to deliver on values, or in the words of the UK airspace modernisation process, design principles. So what does success look like? It's really important, if we've got a design principle, that, well, what would addressing that principle look like materially? How can you track it? How can you judge the relative performance of different options against that principle? Well, it does demand that we get down to the nitty-gritty of how we can track performance. And I'm suggesting here the point that I made earlier around, with respect to the example of airspace change. Lots of issues are coming up there around equity and fairness and distribution, which does suggest that we need to think carefully about what we mean by those things, and indeed what material changes are fairer, more equitous. And we need to be able to say that so that we can track the performance of particular proposed changes against those priorities. At the heart of that, there is a balancing of winners and losers, and we need to be open and honest about that, and that needs to be, that there needs to be a discussion about. And specifically with respect to this airspace change thing, one of the questions that is at the heart of this issue of, do we share or do we concentrate noise, is what are the long-term community health impacts associated with that? I think that's me done, Alex. Hopefully that came across clearly. I've just stared at the screen, which is my own words back at myself, so I've had no sense of audience there at all. But I hope you haven't got a group of people who've fallen fast asleep in front of you.
Thank you very much, Paul. As always, I would like to check if there are questions from the audience. Yes. Okay. So Olena has a remark, Paul.
Oh dear.
An addition.
It's just, could you please show the last slide, which is
Yes, I can.
future research? Because actually what I really need to say that we were working in work package 2. Really, you can see our results really hard during Anima project, and non-acoustical factors. We again never considering Ukraine, but we started one year ago, so this year, 2020, is the second year. We started a project which is financed by Ministry of Science and Education of Ukraine. So it's state project for our state. It is not like a grant from European Commission. It is financed by the ministry. And it is fundamental project, research project, and it is about all environmental issues of aviation. And one of the part which hopefully I'm responsible for is our traditional Ukrainian way to understand what is acoustic, non-acoustic factors. So this is one remark for this future research priorities. So it's not future right now. We already are the second year of this project. And one more remark that this year, 2020, in January, we already started another project financed by European Commission. It is called Seneca project, and it is about supersonic aircraft. And we are involved in this consortium for calculation or modeling of noise from future supersonic aircraft.
Thank you, Elena.
Thanks, Elena.
Do you have any additions, Paul, to this?
No, I mean, I think for me, the journey that we're on is a one around the social negotiation of acceptable change. And to be honest, you can do modeling till you're blue in the face, but the reality is what is acceptable to communities. And I think we need to start to get more sophisticated, because communities are saying to us, this simple metric, which has been very powerful and is very useful, but is no doubt limited because it is one number, LEQ, for describing a particular sound experience on the ground, is unhelpful for communities when they talk about their experience of noise. And we need to begin to unpack that and work with communities and understand what better looks like for them. And if we understand that, then we can start to address it. Yeah. And I think that's at the heart of this question. And I think that's where you can start to have empathy. That's where you can begin to find compromise, because you are speaking a language that is common to all the participants in that dialogue. And I think that's a crucial thing for me.
Yes, Elena?
Okay, so again, one of our conclusions from our work package was to classify airports into experienced and starting the journey. And of course, any airport prefer to be classified as experienced, but really Borispol Airport, whose environmental manager is our ex-student, ex-PhD student, and ex-assistant professor. She's now environmental manager in Borispol and stopped teaching. She's online right now, I'm sure, but because she's really professional. The name is Olga Drach. And they faced very, very huge, opposition last year because they had plans to reconstruction of the aerodrome, and they got from communities living around Borispol Airport some questions and really position against this reconstruction. It is officially on the website of Ministry of Environmental Protection of Ukraine, so you can even right now find it, but it is in Ukrainian language. So they have 54 pages of this kind of questions and position of communities against reconstruction. And we were involved in the process of environmental assessment of this development project. And we really found that community engagement on the early stage of the project is really important. And we now, when we started Anima project, me myself was thinking, communities not thinking at all about airport. No, right now, even me myself is better educated in this problem, because really we now face that communities are complaining, communities are against, and we can have problems. And even we found that again, they are not so against air development of the airport just because many people living in Borispol city work in Borispol airport. And of course, for them, like for me, aircraft noise is like music. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena.
Thanks, Elena.
Well, I would just like to remind everybody that what Paul presented and many other of the ANIMA results are in fact available on the ANIMA Noise platform on the website. And I would like to invite you to have a look and to get more information there. And also all the presentations today will be distributed after the event. Paul, if you don't have any other additions, then I think we can close today. Yep.
Yeah, all good. Thank you.
And then a recall of practical information. Today's session ended, but there are 2 other sessions tomorrow. The event will start at, let me tell you, will start at 9 o'clock with registration and welcome coffee. Today you have heard about the theory of the ANIMA results. Tomorrow you will witness a demonstration of the ANIMA results as in tools. And we would like to specifically point to the fact how you could benefit from them and how you could use them in the future. Thank you very much once again, and we hope to see you again tomorrow, both online and both in person.